täällä etelä. Entäs intro lähtisi nyt näkymään? Joo. Aika jännä. Transit pelasi kaverin kanssa remasteria, se 20-vuotis vai mikä? Joo. Okei, joo. Ei katsota introa sitten. Näyttää sillä tavalla, että intro ei Opsi ei tykkää introsta. Eli mennään suoraan vaan peliin sitten, mutta eipä se intro oikeastaan mitään muuta kuin se on vaan hauskoja kuvia. No, mä en oo sitä remasteria pelannut, mutta jotenkin musta sitä hävisi kuvien perusteella näyttää siltä, että siinä hävisi osa tätä tyyliä, mistä mä tykkäsin tässä. Tässä on tämmöstä, kaikki tietää, jos on seurannut niitä 90-luvun alun aikaan tuli tämmöisiä erilaisia, käyttäisikö vähän termiä, kootti-tyyliä, osittain vähän niinku tuli The Crow-leffoja ja kaikkea tämmösiä. No, sitten ymmärrätte, kun ruvetaan katsomaan ja pelaamaan siis. Se estetiikka voisi sanoa, joo. Semmonen tietty koottimaisuus estetiikka, mikä soveltuu myös kyllä aika hyvin tuohon New Orleansiin, mihin tää peli sijoittuu.
I bet. Just a minute. It lives, I see. Do you want to speak with Lolita? I'm sorry, but Gabriel is allowed. Oh, I mean, he's out. Yeah, if he ever comes back, I'll tell him. You know, you could do better. I know I don't know you, but you could do better. Sure. Bye-bye. Good morning. The phone's been ringing off the hook all morning. Let me know when you want your messages.
Yeah.
Gee, you're lively.
Ah.
Did you have another nightmare last night?
Sort of.
I
Kaapo
told
äänettelee
you
aivan
it's
hirveä
that
remaster.
voodoo book
Ai niin,
you
oliko se
researched
siinä
and
eri
stuff
eri
will
äänenäyttelijä?
seriously screw up your karma.
I'm sure that's it. Maybe I should write a horror novel on passive resistance instead.
So don't sleep. It's your body. Anyway, your handheld tape recorder came today.
Really? Great.
Toki tuo Tim Curry kyllä välillä on vähän yrittää New Orleans aksenttia vetää vähän liian yli.
I can't wait to violate them. For example, if you would just let me...
And I located some local voodoo references for you. Dixieland Drugstore and the Historical Museum of Voodoo.
Tää on esimiehenä, tää on kirjailija ja
How would I ever manage without you?
kirjakaupan pitäjä, niin musta tää lähettelee välillä vähän semmoista niinku, että onko tää nyt seksuaalihäirinnän niinku syyte.
Well, if the devil had great legs, perhaps, like yours.
Tommoista juuri mitä esimiehen ja pommon kannattaa, työnantaja kannattaa sanoa työntekijälle. Okei. Tää on normaalia tämmöstä... Se on nää... ikonipohjainen peli.
Mind if I borrow the magnifying glass?
No, Sherlock. Just bring it back when we get the next estate shipment.
No problem. I'm gonna take the tweezers for a bit.
Good. You're beginning to look a little scruffy.
Just trying to make you feel at home.
Kyllä se huomaa itse, jos katsotte, niin se tuntuu kaikki näin, mitä voi...
Times Picayune, dated June 18,
kaikki mitä voi niinku...
1993.
Kaikki mitä voi tehdä jotakin näkyy, että se on vähän niinku eri resoluutiolla se tuote.
The article says that the victims are all identified as members of the underworld. The general public of New Orleans is in no danger. Police claim the so-called voodoo trappings found at the crime scenes are fake, a scare tactic,
and
that the murders are not associated with any genuine practitioners. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day.
Onko niin pahasti varmaan tiellä tuolla ylä...
Potential storms
No ei
ahead.
se teksti.
Proceed with caution and do not get involved with anything new at this time.
Right.
Kahvi.
My kidney's already... My kid...
Aha. Tästä.
Gabriel, it's... Gabriel opens the cash register to examine the take. Or, in the case of St. George books, the mistake.
I trust you can live without this old gift certificate.
Knock yourself out.
Onhan tolle.
Gabriel wouldn't...
Ei sinne vielä. Vähän tää avata joo. Onhan tähän liikkumisen nopeutta taisi saada joo. No sitten teliä vähän lisää. Sillä on niin paljon merkitystä. Play, no niin.
Gabriel
Keeli ottaa muistaakseni matkaan.
I'll take this hair gel. You never know when you'll need a touch-up.
Joo.
I might need a flashlight.
Gabriel...
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Viestit piti ottaa
Do
musta.
you have messages for me?
Dana called, and Susie left a message about a lawsuit.
Toss 'em.
Okie dokie. There's more when you want 'em.
Do you have more messages for me?
Your grandmother called.
I keep meaning to get over there. What does she say? Did she sound good?
She sounded great, and we had a nice little chat about you.
Grace.
Don't worry. I didn't go into detail about your cardinal sins. Not that anything about you could surprise her. She adores you anyway.
She's my girl.
But she said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's things.
Okay. Do you have more messages for me?
Onhan täällä 4 vai
Here's a
5,
strange
montakohan
one.
näitä oli.
You got a call from someone named Wolfgang Ritter? He said he was calling from Germany. He told me it was urgent, maybe you should give him a call.
Call Germany, like hell. If it's really important, he'll call back.
Well, fine. Let's just hope he's not with the German lottery for pitiful American authors.
Do you have more messages for me?
Your friend Detective Mosley called. Talkative,
Detective
isn't he?
Mosley, joo.
Especially
Sen
with
äänen,
you. What do you
sen
want?
ääninäyttelijänä on
He
Mark
left an
Hamill.
interesting message. He told me to tell you that his mother's
Mitäs tässä
maiden
loma...
name is Humphrey.
Terve Lolba.
Oh, that's
Mitäs tässä...
H-U-M-P-H-R-E-Y.
Lomapäivää ja
And that he left
tai
some photos
vapaapäivää
for
ja
you at the station.
Gabriel
At the
Knight
front
1
desk.
niin ei ollenkaan
It's
huono.
about time.
Gabriel, those photos wouldn't have anything to do with the voodoo murders, would they?
Now, why would you say something like that?
Because I know you. You're getting privileged information, aren't you? Did you tell him you'd put him in your new voodoo book?
A writer has certain obligation to his readers, you know.
Gabriel, you
Ei
know
toi
you'll never
yhtään
put him in your book. Your
Ei toi kyllä
main
yhtään
character
tunnista
is a
ton
female
Gabrielin äänenä on se
orthodontist. You're
Tim
gonna be
Curry.
reincarnated as a pit bull if you keep screwing with your karma.
As long as it's a male pit bull with a really big...
That's enough. Thanks.
Kuten sanoin,
That's all the message.
tää hahmo on nimittäin näin tän
Thank God.
työnantajana niin kuin näin lähellä kuulee niin kuin seksuaalista niin kuin häiriöisyyttä. Oliko sitä jotain kirjoja? Oli musta 2 kirjaa, musta sen piti ottaa.
Gabriel pulls down a book on snakes.
Snakes.
Snakes are legless reptiles. Some snakes kill their prey with poison, some by constriction. A snake smells by tasting the air with its forked tongue. The smells are passed back to a sense organ in the mouth. Constrictor snakes, however, sense their prey by vibration.
Did you know that medieval legends about dragons and giant worms are actually based on snakes?
Suuri osa muistakin mitä tässä nyt tehdään, niin on sellaisia, mitkä voisi tehdä pelissä niin kuin myöhemminkin, mutta ne sama tehdään nyt tässä alussa.
Grace, get alive.
Toinen kirja täällä oli vielä muistaakseni.
Gabriel pulls...
Ei, tuo katsottiin äsken.
Gabriel...
Tuosta.
Gabriel leafs through a German-English
No
dictionary.
edelläpäin tuollaista ei sanottu
Let's
peleissä.
see,
Ihan mennyt Real Big
midday
Old.
means
Joo.
midday
Nämä oli
now.
vuosi 93.
Gabriel
Spiel means game. Interesting.
Wurst
It's a bit warm
tarkoittaa
in here.
makkaraa.
Gabriel
I'll be back later.
Don't hurry back on my account.
Piti siellä... Tässä oli. Hetkonen. Tässä on yksi huono puoli tässä versiossa, näyttää kyllä olevan Opsin kanssa.
so glad you stopped by.
Tää laittaa välillä välivideon.
Sorry it's been a while, Grandma.
Not at all.
OBS ei tykkää
Give us a
välivideosta.
kiss.
Kokeillaanpas yksi juttu tehdä tää.
Now come and sit down. Tell
Pieni
me
hetki.
how you doing.
Pieni hetki. Joo, sitä mä just tarvitin. Monitor capture. Monitor capturen aika pieni hetki. Pieni hetki, panen vähän tiistin tuota. Lomakuvat piilo. Tuossa kai mitään. Se mitään semmoista mitä ei saisi näkyä. Pannaanpas pieni. Pannaan tähän. No. Mennään sitten tällä tavalla. Kierretään tätä tällä.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course, my boy. How can I help?
Tell me about our family.
Who would you like to hear about? Your granddad, your father, or your mother?
Tell me about my father.
Your father was my only child. How we adored him. Philip suffered from terrible nightmares, just like your granddad did. They were 2 peas in a pod.
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother was
Nyrkkää.
Margaret Templeton when your father met her. She came from a very wealthy Creole family in New Orleans. She was beautiful and reckless. She was madly in love with your father, of course, but I also think she liked
Joku
the
kommenttinen homma,
Finer
että kun tässä näkee
family.
välillä on tämmösiä niinku videokohtia. Niin
You
se video tulee
you
päälle,
get
niin tää
prettier every time I see you.
Opsi ei näe sitä kuvaa ja sen jälkeen ei palata normaalikin, että onko se joku resoluutio vai mikä. Tai se käyttää sitten jotakin
Tell
erilaista
me about my father.
When Philip met your mother,
overlayä tässä
it
kummi.
was love at first sight. They were married 2 weeks later.
Mm.
Never looked at a girl seriously until
Näin,
then.
näin pitää, mummon kanssa
And
pitää
he
puhua tällä
looked
tavalla.
at plenty. You have your father's way with women, Gabriel, and your granddad's.
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother's family refused to give her money after the marriage. All she had left was a modest trust fund from a great aunt, who happened to like Philip. The remainder of your mother's trust fund became yours when she died. That's what you used to open your bookshop.
Tell me about my mother.
The Templetons are all gone now.
Näin pitää tämän kanssa muistaa keskustella nämä melkein kaikki. Tässä pelissä on semmoinen lukea itse asiassa, että joitakin mitä
What a waste.
tämä hahmo niin kun saa tietää keskustelun aikana tai sitten jostain luettiin se kirja
Tell me
alussa.
about my.
I don't know what.
Niin
Tell me
jotakin se
about my
oppii
father.
niistä ja sitten jos et ole tehnyt sitä asiaa, niin tää ei sitten osaa tehdä sitä sitten myöhemmin. Se voisi parhaimmillaan olla kohtaus, missä käy huonosti.
Was the thought of taking care of you that kept me going, Gabriel. The police say your father swerved off the road after being frightened by something.
Niin tää sijoittuu tosiaan Southern Accent, niin tää kun tää sijoittuu tonne New Orleansiin.
Tell me about my father.
Your granddad wanted Philip to have a normal life. He was obsessed by that thought. He pushed Philip to go to law school.
Minnekään
Philip
palas.
was driven to art. He painted almost in a daze. He would get so inside himself when he worked.
No jaa, antaa.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad immigrated to America when he was 21. He worked his way through school, met and married me, and we had your father, Philip. Since you're so interested in family history these days, why don't you go by St. Louis Cemetery number 1 and visit the family tomb? It would be a sweet gesture.
Maybe I will. Tell me something.
Your granddad supported me and your father with bookkeeping. I'll tell you what, though, he hated every minute of it. Didn't really like bookkeeping one bit. Maybe that was why he had the worst luck with jobs. The nights he'd come home afraid to tell me he'd lost another. And I would tell him it didn't matter to me. But he felt ashamed, Gabriel.
Well,
Tell me something about...
Harrison was only 36 when he died. Your father was 8 years old at the time. Your granddad was hit by a streetcar in the business district.
voi ei.
Took me nearly a year to believe he was really gone.
I'm sorry, Gran.
I know you are, dear.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Did you know that your granddad was a poet? He was! He wrote the most beautiful poetry for me when we were courting. I always thought he should have done something with
Tässä
that
itse asiassa on
gift.
yllättävän hyvä, kuten
But
sen
he
alussa,
was
että
such a
yllättävän niinku
practical
hyvät
man.
ääninäyttelijät.
Didn't
Toki tässä on
believe in
ammattiääninäyttelijät
chasing
oikeita.
after dreams.
Tell me some...
I don't know.
Tell me about...
He always hated it that it was Margaret's money that supported the three of you when his painting couldn't. I kept telling him, try something more cheerful, like a landscape or two. But he couldn't do it. His work was just too dark and disturbing for the public, you know.
Tell me about my...
I don't know. I don't...
Ne käyty läpi. Sitten näitä muita ei tarvinnut käydä. Yleensä nämä
Tell me about yourself.
vihreällä tai eri värisellä olevat on niitä tärkeitä. Mä muutun sitten valkoisella olevat niinku vaihtoehtoisesti sellaisia vähän
Oh, come on, Gran.
All right. What do you want to hear?
yleiskysymyksiä.
What do you do all day?
You know how I love to knit and work in my garden. I also take long walks. It's the only way to keep an old body like mine from stiffening up.
You're not old.
Kerro toi vienyt vaan
I'm
kunnalliskotti.
older than the hills.
Tell me about...
Well, you know I was born Rebecca Wright. My daddy owned a lot of land outside of town. We grew peas, corn, cotton, all kinds
Isoisä
of
meni,
things.
niin meni naimisiin
It
rahan
was a
kanssa.
good childhood, but my father was very strict. He didn't much let me out of his sight. I met Harrison at a church revival. There was a traveling preacher back then, a big fella named Reverend Jim. I even remember his slogan, "Come to me to find your way." Your granddad was sitting right behind me and my girlfriend Alma, and at one point, old Reverend Jim was flinging his hair around with his fire and brimstone antics, and a piece of it, one of those small add-on do's for man, went flying off. I swear, Harrison and I were the only ones that noticed. We both started laughing to beat the band. Everyone looked at us like we were a couple of loonies. It was then I knew that he was for me.
Pienestä on kiinni.
How you feeling these days?
Fit as a fiddle, and don't you worry.
I'm going to go up to the attic, Gran.
Be careful of the dust.
Tuossa
I think
tuo.
I'll take Daddy's sketchbook with me.
Jos sitä katsoo. No, sehän on kaunista.
Images haunt the pages of Philip Knight's sketchbook, the way they must have haunted his mind. The images touch a deep chord in Gabriel. So familiar are they that he finds it hard to believe the images... The ladies...
It looked...
Gabriel... The...
Joo. En muista mitä tuohon piti tehdä. Sulle varmaan jossain osa vasta. Lähet.
Well, Gran, I better get going.
All right, dear.
Anna nyt se hali. Poliisiasemalle.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's out at a crime scene. Sorry.
About
Kukahan
Detective
tää
Mosley.
näytteli kanssa
I
joku,
told you.
joku toinen.
Where
Ja
is the
tunnettu,
crime scene?
muista oikein.
Is it related to the voodoo murders?
Crime scene information is police confidential. We don't need any more looky-loos than are probably already there.
Tämä on tämä...
Come on.
Kuunnelkaa, siis se on
tell
sama
me
kuin tämä,
where the
mikä on
crime
tämän
scene
Penderin
is.
ääninen.
Look, buddy, you keep it up, and there'll be a crime scene right here.
Niin on.
What
Mikä
do
se
you know about the voodoo
nimi oli?
murders?
I'm not allowed to give out information on police cases.
Eiku hetkinen.
Get up. I was supposed to pick up some photos from Detective Mosley at the front desk.
Is that right? And who are you?
My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Yeah, I got something for you, all right. Soon as you're done talking, I'll give it to you. Here's that envelope for you, Gabriel Knight.
Thanks.
Onko ystävällistä porukkaa joka puolella, täytyy sanoa.
Gabriel,
Ah,
the photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his graduation from the police academy. He had hair then. One of the photos from Mosley is an official voodoo murders crime scene shot.
niin.
The
Nippelitietona pelimusiikit on tehnyt Jane Jensen, mikä on pelin käsikirjoittaja luoja, niin sen puoliso.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Not now, buddy. I'm busy.
I should have noticed that. Thanks.
Yeah, right.
Olikohan tässä nyt se ärsyttävä pusli?
Anyone seen Joe?
Taisi olla.
Gabriel,
Missä se nyt on? Niin.
Ambulance to
Joo. Ei kuule vasemmalla. Pitää vetää nappia pois. Tuolla on tuo miimikko.
Hey, stop picking on me! I'll tell my dad!
Kukaan tykkää miimikosta? Tuleehan tänne.
Why, you nasty thing, you. I'll call the police, I will.
Nyt on mummo. Mummo esti nyt tämä. Mummo esti puslen. Blokkas. Tuleehan nyt. Tulee tästä täältä puolelle sitten. Tuo mummo tuolla tulee estämään taas. Niin. Hyvä.
Hey, cut that out. I told you to stop that.
Poliisi apina vai?
All right, mister. You want some of this?
Aha. Se radio tossa on tuossa.
Gabriel picks up the headset and listens.
Ambulance 911, have you located the crime scene? They've radioed for you 3 times.
Damn! Did you say it was north of the Lake Retreat Country Club?
South. Lakeside Drive north of Piedmont Pier, south of the country club.
Man, I don't know if it's the clouds out here today or what. Good thing this guy's already dead.
Everyone's having trouble. Must have been hallucinogens in the coffee this morning.
It's just so misty out here or something. Hey, I see a squad car. Got it, Molly.
Thank God. Have a good one, 911.
Interesting.
Stupid man. Hey you, get away from that
Se
bike.
pyöränsä kyllä
Sorry.
kodissa. Ootko teistä nopeasti menossa jos? Se crime scene oli. Tuo.
The crime scene team is still at the site. Gabriel parks a bit out of the way and walks over to avoid adding to the general confusion.
No niin, nyt päästään Markhamille kuulemma.
Hey, mostly.
Huh? Knight, you wiener, I told you not to call me that.
Feeling jumpy?
Who, me? Don't be stupid. How'd you find me?
Oh, I was just driving by.
Mm-hmm. Well, for the book. But don't tell anyone I let you see this, huh? It's another one. As you can see, same MO and no frickin' clues. We're still waiting on an ID for the body.
That's disgusting. Isn't this a rather, public area for this kind of thing?
Yeah, they're frickin' ghosts, these guys. Lakeshore Drive isn't exactly the 10 expressway, but it is open to the public. No reports of nothing. Now, who the hell is that?
Hello, hoits.
Good day, Miss Getty.
What's going on, officer?
Detective Mosley, ma'am. We've got a little problem here, but nothing for you to be concerned about, Miss Getty.
I see. Thank you, detective. And good day, gentlemen.
Whoa, I'm in love.
Forget it. That's Molly Getty. She's about as far out of your reach as the moon. Probably on her way to meet some guy with a yacht right now.
Near here?
The lake's a popular place for country clubs.
If she's out here a lot, maybe she saw something or heard something.
Man, nobody ever sees or hears nothing. I told you. Besides, you just don't go around bothering people like her.
We've about wrapped it up, sir. It's another clean sweep.
Yeah, let's get the meat wagon moving then.
Do you want to leave an officer here, sir?
Onko vielä ollut paljon eroja tässä siihen,
Just leave the tape up for
siihen remasteroituun versioon?
Yes, sir. If you'll excuse
Jos
us, sir,
laitetaan
we'll
grafiikka.
take him away.
Stick around and take notes for the book if you want. Watch out for the muck in the water moccasins, though. I'll be back at the station. Stop by if you want to go over the case some more.
Thanks.
Siinä ärsyttävät ääninäyttelyt, okei. No tässä on siis jos se on ihan niinku kunnon näyttely, että tähän onkin valittu, että sitähän tää oli vähän niinku onnistunutkin.
But if there is a
Tuo piti muistaakseni kirjoittaa ylös.
Let me try to get this down.
the lake is
Jaman. Tälläkö se piti katsoa tonne?
it's very large.
Ja jossakin tässä oli.
There are marks in the grass, as though some heavy.
Jossa oli nuo.
Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to take the small iridescent scale. There's nothing to.
Jotakin se olisi sanonut, mutta eipä voi mitään. Joku. Se unohtui ottaa. Savea.
Yuck.
Ja tasku. Hyvä ottaa kerätä näitä tässä vaiheessa, koska ne pitää sitten muuten hakea myöhemmin. Sitä sitten aikaa. Palattiin poliisiasemalle.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
Detective Mosley. Hard at work, I see.
Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're...
Have you ever called the hair club for men?
I'd rather have no hair than your hair, Knight.
So how'd you ever find anything in this office? It looks like...
Hey, I get my job done. I'm a detective, not Betty Crocker.
Trying for a real estate job with that coat?
No. Are you trying out for a janitorial job with that hair?
Are those
Näin, tuo
new
hiuksethan
shoes?
tolleen hanko
What
suoraan
are those,
jostain.
hush puppies? Kind of a mud
Onko
brown
suoraan
suede
jostakin
kind of a
kuulee?
thing?
Hey, I'm on my feet all
Näistä
day, all
romantiikkakirjaa
right?
sulla
Is that
kannesta.
okay with you?
Mostly. I'm being perfectly sincere.
Yeah, you and my grandmother. Right.
Do you know anything about the patterns around the bodies?
Yeah, weird, huh? All 7 victims had those little marks around them. We got all the marks on file, but we haven't figured out what, if anything, they mean.
Can I see the other 6 patterns?
Sure. People like that kind of stuff, don't they? Might make the book seem more mysterious. Go talk to Officer Franks. Tell her I said you could see the file.
I got those photographs.
Really? Great. What'd you think?
Astonishingly lifelike.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Got any more ideas for photos for the book?
A cop author photo might be nice.
You and me? Together?
Why not? Of course, you'll have to try to tone down your masculinity.
Well, okay. I'll call the police photographer.
Ei. Lähti väärinpäin.
Franks, come here a minute, would you? Bring your camera.
No, ei se mitään. Tällä hidastelee joten kävely. Kävelen nyt siihen astu jo.
What did you need, Detective Mosley?
We need a picture, please.
Aina Space Quest 4, kun palattiin tosiaan, niin sehän on hyvä, että sinähän sanoit, että ne ääninäyttelijät on vähän niinku revitty Sierran.
Sure, sweetheart.
Revitty Sierran toimistolta, niin mä muistan jonkun hahmon ääninä, siinä tosiaan on tämä Jane Jensen, mikä peli tämä on.
Nope.
Uskoa, bla. Tehtiin väärinpäin tämä. Joku noin. No ei se mitään. Eka piti pyytää.
Can I ask you a few questions?
I'm sorry, sir, but I...
Jos se pyytää.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Tuo.
Can you get a file for me?
What
The Voodoo Murders file? Detective Mosley said I could see it.
Really? Well, if he said...
Naispoliisit kysyy pitää vaan hametta. On se ihme aika.
There it is. You can look at it all you want, but don't leave this area with it, okay? And no photocopy. Don't leave the room with that.
Olisiko se saanut tehtyä? Tää piti katsoa ekan.
The police file contains...
Police.
Don't leave. Don't leave.
Pitikö laittaa nää? Tuo piti kuitenkin katsoa tuolta.
There's no...
Here.
Ja tuohon pöydälle.
Can I?
Nyt pyydettiin se kuva.
I got those.
So you... Let's...
I don't think we got your best side.
Really?
Vielä hitaasti.
Franks, come back in here with that camera.
Hitaasti.
Now what, sir?
That clown wants another picture. You don't mind, do you?
Of course not. What else could I possibly have to do?
Everything.
Anything else, Knight?
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair.
Good God, Knight, make it fast.
Ovella.
Yeah, that...
Kukahan nyt? Kukaan ei huomaa
Let me
mitään.
see that.
Kukaan ei huomaa mitään.
Just want to check this machine here.
Kukaan ei huomaa mitään. Me otettiin kuva, kyllä.
Would you just get in here? Hurry up, would you?
Okay.
Thanks, hon. Let me know when you got it.
Yeah.
Jatkuvaa tämmöstä niinku seksuaalista ahdistelua joka työpaikalla tässä pelissä.
What's the status on the Voodoo Murders case?
It's going. Can't seem to make any progress, though. Sluggish damn cat.
What's the status?
You're...
How about getting me
Coffee?
sure that's a...
Nah, you've always been a cat.
So,
It's your stuff.
that long.
Just mitä järkeä tässä vaiheessa pyytää kahvia. Aina on syytä pyytää kahvia, tietty. Tuli tässä vaiheessa viksu. No.
Don't touch anything while I'm gone.
Aha, no way. Sitten ei myöhemmin hyötyä. Ei tässä vaiheessa vielä.
Here, drink it.
Laatukahvi. Juhlamokka.
Thanks. Can I ask... Do you know anything about snakes?
The only thing I know about snakes is I don't like them.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Lots. Can you be more specific?
Ei!
Oh, sure.
Ei mennä tonne. Taitaa olla
Well,
melkeinpä
I'll be
kaikki.
seeing you.
Ciao, baby.
Tässä meidän kirjakauppa oli. Pyhän Yrjön kirjakauppa.
Hey, Grace. Here I am.
The excitement of seeing you is killing me.
There's
Älä,
no
älä oo tommonen. Tykkäät kuitenkin.
Got a minute? Could you do some research?
Sure, what?
Could you see what you can find out about a woman named Malia Getty?
Malia.
The name Getty sounds familiar. What's your interest in her?
Oh, just, you know, stuff about the voodoo murders. If you could get an address...
There might be anything... Okay. Well...
Eka päivä
It's
menee
about
siinä.
closing time.
So it is. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay?
Aina vähän miettii, että onko tuolla oikeesti niinku yhtä... Sinua pysyy pystyssä kuin yhtä asiakkaita kuin yhtään sun alalla. Oliko siinä ransatti saman näkö... Olisiko millä tyylillä tehty nämä välivideot siinä? No jos vähän painejaisia näkee, niin eihän se. Okei, eli samankaltaisia oli siinäkin. No ei. Tuskinpä ne mitään rupeaa tommosia poistamaan, kun ne vähän niinku osana tässä.
Good morning. Don't you look swell today? Actually, swollen.
Oh.
So have some. There's a fresh pot on the table. Seriously, you look like hell. Your hair is sticking straight up like a... Oh. It always does that. Never mind.
Ha ha.
Did you dream about the fire and the hang guy and that lion thing last night?
Leopard, not lion. Did you get anything on Malia Getty?
Well, I did get her address, but you're a little out of your league here, big fella. The Gettys own 3 local hospitals, just to name a few of their assets. They run in very high circles.
Did you get an address?
I got the address. Oy, men.
Times Peter Hughes, dated June 19, 1993. A front page
Muista kesäkuussa olisi vähän
describes the most
kesäkuussa
recent
New
of the
Orleansissa olisi
murders.
vähän hikinen ja kuuma pitää tommosia
Gabriel
pitkiä
scans it
takkeja.
but learns nothing new. The article reiterates that the voodoo aspect of the crimes is fake. Gabriel shivers. It looked real enough to him. Elsewhere, there's an article about the history of Jackson Square, called La Plaza d'Armas. Under French rule, it was used for executions, firing squads, hanging, even impalement and breaking on the wheel. Yikes! Of course, these days it's mostly a hangout for tourists, street musicians and local artists. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Chances of a dark star rising on this day. Do not trust your instincts.
I feel a dark star rising, all right.
That
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store.
Have fun.
Taas poliisiasemalle. Tämä se yritti näyttää tuossa alussa ja sitten se pätkäs.
there's a photo. The electrician. Gabriel can. What? Gabriel is the
Täysille vaan. Täysille vaan kuule lämmöt.
Hey, hey, hey. It's you, God help me. Whew, it's hot in here. Dang, the air conditioning must be on the blink. Are you hot? Man, I'm hot.
Can I ask you?
Ja nyt pitäisi kahvi pyytää.
How about getting...
Bla bla bla. Tämmönen pikku rikos tehdään tässä, mutta eipä se mitään, että se kuuluu tähän juonen kuvaan.
Some people are never satisfied.
Yes. Tää oli nosto.
I think I'll just borrow this badge.
Hey, what are you doing with my coat?
Nothing. I thought I saw something crawling on it.
Just drink this.
Nope.
Thanks. Tons.
yeah.
Saatiin. Joo. Käypä sit jos pöllii poliisilätkä. Eihän se oo mikään rikos. Saatiin se osoite.
May I help? I'd like to see Malia Getty, please. I'm sorry, but
I do have official business.
really?
Poliisilätkä.
My name is Detective Mosley. I'm here on police business. Really? How interesting. Wait here. I'll inform Miss Getty. Miss Getty will see you. Right this way. Miss Getty will be down shortly. Thank you.
What can I do for you, Detective?
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Miss Getty?
I assume that's what you're here for, Detective.
Can you tell me anything about what happened out at the lake?
I wish I could, but I've never seen or heard anything unusual at the lake, and I do spend quite a bit of time out there.
Can you tell me...
I wish I...
Tell me about...
I suppose I don't really have a... As you...
What do you know?
The murders? Only what I read in the papers.
And what do you read in the papers?
I'm sure you know much more about it
Mä
than
muistan,
I.
että peli on semmonen, että jos me oikeesti käytäis kaikki nämä keskustelupuolet läpi,
Tell me about...
The Getty family
niin tässä
came
vaiheessa
to
yli
New
10
Orleans in
tuntia tässä pelissä.
1800. We work very hard to get where we are. On the other hand, we've done a lot for this community.
I can believe that. You're doing a lot for me right now. Do you know?
I'm afraid I quite abhor them.
What do you... And
I'm sure you know much...
what can you...
Voodoo? Why would you want to know about that, Detective? It's rather silly, isn't it?
There's nothing silly about the voodoo murders.
But that voodoo is faked. That's what I've read in the papers.
That's what the papers say, all right.
But you're not convinced?
No, frankly, I'm not. The police department isn't known for its imagination.
Oh. Well, I can see that your imagination is considerable.
Excuse me, but your eyes are really distracting. I don't think I've ever seen a color quite like that brownish gold. It's so deep and rich. Man, if I could bottle that, I'd make a fortune.
Thank you, Detective. That's an interesting observation, though probably not relevant to your case.
A good detective never knows what might be relevant, Miss Getty.
Then you must be truly exceptional at your job. I think this has gone on long enough. You're not really a detective, are you?
Who, me? Well, I am on this case, Miss Getty.
I saw you at the lake yesterday. I thought you must be with the police since you were there, but you don't act like a police officer. Besides, I'm rather certain that the other man said his name was Mosley.
All right, you caught me. I'm not with the police. My name is Gabriel Knight. I'm a writer working with Detective Mosley on a book.
Well, Mr. Knight, now that we've established who you are, perhaps you can tell me the real reason you're here.
Well, I am researching the book, and I thought you might have seen or heard something at the lake.
I don't like liars, Mr. Knight.
Okay, you're right. I really just wanted to see you again. You can be mad at me if you want, but I swear I've never done anything like this before.
Mr. Knight, you've lied about your identity and wasted my time with meaningless questions. If it weren't vaguely flattering, I'd really be angry. You're lucky I don't call the real police. I think you should go, Mr. Knight.
Malia, wait. If you just give me a chance.
I've wasted enough time. I'll have Robert show you out.
Aina kun tässä nyt nämä äänet, nämä puheitten taso välillä heittelee, että välillä on hyvällä tasolla.
Mr. Knight out, please.
Tuo äänendialogi välillä tässä kuuluu tosi heikosti.
I most certainly will. Thank you very much. I had a lovely time. Ah, shit.
Uudelleen tänne. Tolle piti muistaakseni tarjota tätä.
I have this gift certificate.
I'm busy.
It's good for $20 at St. George's Books, finest bookstore in New Orleans.
Really? I'll have to check it out sometime.
You could take this gift certificate with you, if you'll give me a lucky dog.
A lucky dog for a $20 gift certificate? Sure. Here you go.
Hyvä vaihtokauppa.
Interrogating.
jollekin, onko se tuo se poika? Jollekin pojalle piti antaa tuo hodari. Oliko se tuo tanssiva poika? Joo, taisi olla. Siirryhän nyt. Kisa sierrapeissa on tää sama ongelma. Siirtymään ruudusta toiseen. Niin. Se piti antaa tulle hyppivälle pojalle musta silloin. Ja steppaavalle pojalle sellaiset fiksuja.
You wouldn't like a lucky dog by any chance.
Would I? Thanks, mister. You got it.
Se joku ihme puzzle tässä.
Hey, come back here. Hey!
Tämmönen pitää tapahtua. No. Jäi tonne kiinni.
You mentioned something about special.
Yeah.
Can you fit through the bars around the statue?
Can I? Just watch me.
Good. There's something in there I can't quite reach. Come on. Can you reach that piece of paper?
Sure thing. Here you go. Yep. See ya.
Kaikki 20 dollarin lahjakortti, niin kaikki tämä lisi. Kyllä niin sanottu merkantilismi toimi. Se piirsi tuossa.
This belongs to you, doesn't it?
My drawing. How'd you get it?
Oh, it was a bit of a squeeze, but I hate to see you lose your work. I lost my only copy of a manuscript once.
Well, you saved my butt. Let me know if I can ever do the same for you, huh?
Nämä piirustukset antaisi.
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with these patterns?
What do you need?
Is there any way you can reconstruct the whole pattern from these partials?
Pattern is probably circular, and there's some repetition in the elements. What is this from, anyway?
You'd never believe me.
Okie dokie. Well, there's... I think there's an area missing. If you could get me any more of these...
I'll see what I can do.
Meillähän oli tämä, mikä sitä hiekasta otettiin.
I have another one of those patterns.
Really? Let's see. Yeah, this is great. I think there's enough overlap now. I'll give it my best shot. I'll show you what I come up with tomorrow.
Great. I appreciate it.
Saatiin tuo osa tehtyä valmiiksi. Pum 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 pum. Pum 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 pum. Siis tässä on niin kuin ihan rehti sanottuna, täytyy sanoa, että tässä Gabriel Knight 1, niin on se 2, mutta tässä ihan niin helpotin hyvä tää juoni, tää tunnelma tässä koko ajan tiivistyy. Joo, ton. Missä järjestyksessä mä teen?
Hello.
I am the proprietor, Dr. John. If you have any questions, I will be happy to assist.
Great. My name is Knight, and I'll probably take you up on that.
A street drama has settled outside the museum.
Could I ask? Do you know Malia Getty?
Malia.
Should I?
She referred me to your museum.
Many have read about our museum in the newspapers, Mr. Knight.
That's a good point. Are you...
Quite.
Tell me about yourself.
Me?
Yes, if you don't mind.
What is it you wish to learn? Then.
Do you know anything
Käärmeet on
about
kiinnostavampia.
snakes?
They are beautiful creatures, do you not agree? And the tourists seem to associate them.
What do you think?
It is the only city in the United States as far as I am concerned.
What is it about New Orleans that you so admire?
It has a real culture of its own, Mr. Knight, amid the horrid blandness that is Americana. New Orleans alone has a voice.
Spoken like a true New Orleanian. Do you have anything else to say?
I have already given you my...
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
The killings in the newspaper? I know that they have nothing to do with true voodoo.
True voodoo.
What makes you think the voodoo murders aren't being done?
Voodoo is a popular boogeyman, Mr. Knight, especially in New Orleans.
Jos minun pidetään jälkeen pitäisi pelata jotain Shadowmania.
Just as anyone can pretend to be a black
sopiva jatkumo tähän.
And for the same reason, to intimidate. I know voodoo in this city, Mr. Knight, and believe me, it is not about killing.
Eiköhän tuoda... Vielä vielä kerran. Oli varmaan tää ihmisellä, jos joku oli.
Do you do anything besides?
No. The museum does not make me a rich man, but my material needs.
What are your own religious beliefs?
My beliefs are too personal and too complex to discuss with a layman.
What kind of background in voodoo?
Let us say that I cut my teeth on it, Mr. Knight. It is in my blood.
Why did you open a voodoo museum?
The subject has fascinated me all my life, and I wanted to help preserve the cultural heritage.
Okei, eiköhän ole siinä. Goodbye! Tuo... Mikä se oli? Tämä...
Thanks a lot. Bye now.
Goodbye, Mr. Knight.
Mikä se oli? Siis tämä... Mikä oli Matrixissa se? Mustamies. Mikähän se oli? Mikä se nimi? ML alkoi? Morpheus, niin.
The marks are reddish in color and remind Gabriel...
Tää helle ei sovi mulle oikeesti ikinä yhtään. Alkaa kovat helteet, niin mulla alkaa niinku ajatus katkeilemaan ja unenlaatu heikkenee ja... Mikähän tuosta kirjoita tuo? Joo.
I want a copy of these strange marks.
Kaikki nälkähalu ja kaikki häviää mulla oikeesti. Otettiin tiili, kirjoittiin nuo. Oli varmaan siinä, ei vielä täällä mitään muuta ei voi tehdä vielä täällä. No. Poistu. Poistu. Poistu! No niin. Nyt mä muistan mikä, nyt tuli muistun mieleen mikä siihen kävi siihen kelloon. Se oli itse yllättävän looginen. Tai siis looginen. Tai siis semmonen hyvin helppo.
Your only grandson.
Muistan.
Make yourself at home.
Pitäisi tietää tulla jossain vaiheessa, mutta... No, avataan se nyt kuitenkin, sillä on mitään väärääkään.
I'm going.
No.
Gabriel.
Se oli muistaakseen... Mistä tää kääntyi? No.
Gabriel. No. Gabriel. The ring of...
Tällä tuolla. Pantiin lohikäärme ylös ja tää pantiin kello 3, kun se oli.
Granddaddy, you old fox.
Muisti oikein.
What?
Niin, taisi olla, mulla vajonnut muistiin tuo. Tässä takaraivo piti muistella mikä se oli, mutta se oli lopulta hyvin lookin. Se runovihje taisi olla itse asiassa joku saksankielinen runo.
The old photograph showed Gabriel's grandfather with 2 other men.
Mikä se toinen on? Se tuo se toinen.
It's Gabriel's
joku ei toinen piirrettiin. Tämä.
The letter is addressed to Heinz Ritter.
Saatko luet?
The letter is written in German. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter.
Schloss Ritter.
In Rittersburg, West Germany. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed Wilhelm Ritter. One of the recurring words strewn throughout the letter is the word Schattenjäger.
Scheissejäger, eiku Schattenjäger. Scheissejäger on vähän eri asia.
Is a sense of urgency in the handwriting and in the heavy use of quill-tip bold strokes and
Lopultahan täällä niinku tää on hyvin tehty peli siinä määrin, että tässä voi kaikkea tämmöistä tapahtua. Sille hautausmaan pitäjälle olisi pitänyt puhua.
You know anyone named Heinz Ritter?
Heinz Ritter? Oh,
lukee itse vierat.
where did you hear that name?
I found a letter
Eikö
in
joku semmoinen
Granddaddy's
seikkailupeli
car.
ollut vähän modernimpi, että siinä oli, että siinä piti yhdistää, että sun piti oikeasti mennä nettisivuille pyörimään etsimään tietoa, että sun piti oikeasti mennä. Oli vähän tämmöistä niinku todellisen maailman.
Your granddad's name was Heinz Ritter before he came to America. He changed it to Harrison Knight legally when he arrived.
Harrison Knight.
Why did Granddad change his name?
I don't know. I tried to ask him about his family, his life before America, but he didn't want to talk about it. He never even told me about his name change. I found out one day when I saw his passport in a drawer. Since he obviously found it painful, I never questioned him about it. But I'm sure it wasn't trouble with the law. Your granddad was the best.
Mm-hmm.
Only that his family was crazy, and that he never wanted to see them. He believed in some family curse, thought that he could spare Philip and Philip's children from what he called old nightmares. Whatever Harrison wanted to spare you, though, it cost him plenty. He never did sleep well, and he would often get a far-away, guilty look in his eyes. He was wrestling with something he thought he should be doing, someplace he thought he ought to be.
Do you know...
I've told you all I know about your granddad.
Have you ever heard of a Schattenjäger?
Schattenjäger? Schattenjäger. How?
Kyllä. Jägershot. Jägershot. Olen joskus olen kohdannut Jägershotin. Muutamankin.
Really? Do you know what it means?
No, I'm afraid not. I asked him about it once.
Olen voittanut useamman Jägershotin. Eiku Shatterjäger.
Thanks, Gran. Have you ever heard...
I don't...
No niin, hyvä, nyt on tämä tehty. Nyt on 2 vaihtoehtoa, koska meidän pitäisi päästä sinne...
Well, Gran, I better get...
All right.
Mikä hiton tanssia onko? Oliko se sitten se sitten taas sieltä hautausmaan tyypiltä tieto vai oliko se sitten se voodoo-tyyppi, en tiedä. Kuitenkin me ei puuttu sille hautausmaan pitäjälle, niin hoitaan se nyt ekana.
Could I have a minute or...
Yeah? What can I do for you?
Mind if I pick your brain a minute?
Go ahead. These folks ain't in no hurry.
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery, number 1.
You know why the dead
Kurttia, hautaus, urakoitsi ja huumori.
The water table's too high. Them coffins would float right out of their graves. Them dead would go floating right down into the water. Cause if it was Mardi Gras, nobody'd even notice.
Eikö se New Orleans taitaa olla nykyään, onko se jossakin vaiheessa oli joku muistaakseni Yhdysvaltojen väkivalta pääkaupungissa? Se oli ihan tosi väkivaltainen. Ja väkivalta noita rikoksia.
Tell me something.
Just look around. Just
have you?
I don't know what you.
Do you know
snakes? I see snakes around here all the time. Most of them.
What do you know?
Ain't it just awful them finding those bodies with voodoo things? I don't think there's any real voodoo going on. Somebody's trying to cover their tracks is all.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
They say it was part of an old religion from Africa, brought here by slaves.
What?
Siinä voi olla semmoista.
Do you know?
Siinä voi olla sellaista ja monta muutakin syytä, mutta ei ole ehkä nyt se keskustelun paikka sille. Elämme mielenkiintoisia aikoja.
Hello, Dr.
Glad.
Antakohan tämä sitten se suunnan sinne. Elämme muutenkin ihmeellisiä aikoja.
So, what is
tässä on kaiken samaan. Nyt tuli uutta tietoa.
Tell me about historical voodoo.
Very well. I will.
Sounds.
As you may know, voodoo is a grassroots religion formed by the mixing together of many different African tribal religions and Anglo religions, such as Catholicism or Protestantism. In other words, it is a religion born of the African slave trade. But African slaves were imported not only by the United States, but also into the West Indies prior to 1803. The New Orleans area was owned by France.
Yeah.
But the Creole did not permit their slaves to gather, giving no chance.
The Creole also knew enough about the corrupted pagan practices of the West Indies slaves to ban the importing of slaves.
So,
after the Louisiana Purchase, American legislators relaxed regulations. Slaves were permitted to gather. The Americans also removed the ban.
Around the same time, a slave revolt occurred in Santo Domingo, what is now Haiti. Between the lifting of the ban and the Haitian revolt, West Indies slaves began pouring into New Orleans.
Some of them were free people of color, freed or escaped slaves. Some came with their white owners who were fleeing from the...
What happened when...
They brought voodoo with them. The native slaves were more than enthusiastic about embracing it. It gave them power. Among the first meeting places were the Bayou St. John. The early voodoos were heavy snake worshippers, worshipping the one they called the Great Zombie.
Great Zombie.
Tell me more about...
By 1817, the voodoo activities were beginning to cause fear
among
slave owners. An ordinance was passed to forbid the time was Sunday afternoons and the place, Congo Square. Of course, they also continued to...
Tell me...
There were a variety of kings and queens at first. This was a voodoo queen named Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau ruled.
Tell me more.
I've given you a...
Tell me about...
Se sanoi, että jos Jenkkilä olisi kiva päästä, niin kyllä olisi hauska käydä
There are many voodooians in New Orleans.
Olisi hauska käydä New Orleansissa oikeesti. Se on ihan mielenkiintoinen paikka.
Perhaps you would like to meet a voodoo end. We refer
nyt
those
tuli
who
tää
seek a deeper
Moonbeam.
experience with voodoo to a local practitioner, Magenta Moonbeam. She lives on the corner.
Great. Tell me more about Marie Le...
There were
Marie
actually
Laveau.
two Marie Laveaus, mother and daughter. Most people thought they were the same woman. The original, the mother, was also known as Widow Paris. It was she. When the Widow Paris began to practice, there were many voodoo ends in the city.
Tell me...
The Widow Paris was a hairdresser for rich Creole ladies. She also paid household servants to spy for her. Between the two, she was not above using her information to appear.
You sound as...
For a black woman in the mid-1800s to gain power is an incredible thing, Mr. Knight. How...
Do you have any...
I have...
Tell me...
She kept a pet snake, danced... She took herself seriously. She was not above using voodoo any way she could to make... But if she had been in another line of work, in another age, that would have been interpreted as entrepreneurial genius.
Hey, you don't need to convince me. I admire anyone that can actually make a living. Tell me more.
It was Marie Laveau who defined. She invented hundreds, if not thousands of spells, potions, charms.
Tell me...
Her daughter, Marie Glapion, took over when the Widow Paris got old. Most people thought it was the same Marie Laveau. Both Maries in the Widow Paris died in 1881. After the death of the Widow Paris, other voodoo queens servants by 8.
Tell me...
The Laveau tomb, where one or both of the Maries are believed to be buried. It is a popular I myself take tours through the cemetery.
Really?
No. But...
Tell me...
You have...
Tosta ei ollut mitään, oliko tosta?
You have...
Joo, it's hoodoo.
Hoodoo refers to magic folk tradition. Hoodoo is a bastard of voodoo. Many of the Grigri are similar, but hoodoo does not have the religious...
Hoodoo.
Is there anything else?
Not if... Hoodoo is of interest to those who study rural folk traditions, but it will not... Not if you...
No, se olisi hyvä hetki tallentaa mut. Tave. Nyt lähdetään sinne. Nyt tuli se uusi paikka, mihin meidän piti lähteä keskustelun jälkeen. Avautu. Missä se on se?
Welcome, Seeker. You must be the one Dr. John called me about.
I guess...
Wait? Gabriel Knight?
You're too quick for me.
Actually, Dr. John told me. You have come to the right place.
Could I...
Of course.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
My practice is mainly selling charms and potions with magic power, such as gree-gree and voodoo. You know, everything from unrequited love to wandering spells. But my spells and charms...
What can you...
Much of I make special protective gree-gree to be worn in secret.
What can you...
The recipes for voodoo charms have...
What?
I have told you all...
What?
Why, that has nothing to do with me and my clientele. But I can tell you that you should stay as far from... There is badness... Fake? Let me tell you about fake. If I get information through the grapevine and make use of it, is that fake? No. That is part of a voodoo yen. If people don't believe, there is not much I can do. But if they do believe, that is a part. But there are things, monsieur. Things not even a little bit fake. I can tell you. Believe it or not. But...
What do you mean?
I work hard on fine-tuning my spiritual antenna, Monsieur Knight. And I get a clear signal from that direction. Beware. I work hard.
What can you tell?
New Orleans is the center of voodoo practice in the United States.
What can you?
It is a fascinating city.
Aha.
What?
It is my favorite place.
Tärkeä tieto.
What can?
It is my
Do you know?
snakes. You mean like my beloved Grimwald? She's a python, you know. Quite deadly in the wrong hand. I was trained by one of the great voodoo queens to learn how to hypnotize.
Tell me.
Oh, I wouldn't want to give away.
Kerro nyt.
Oh.
Do you know anything?
Oh, yes. She was the first of the great voodoo queens.
Do you know anything?
She ruled voodoo in New Orleans for 100 years, they say.
Do you?
I'm sure a historian could...
Have you ever heard the word Schottenjäger?
I don't know...
Tell me.
Yeah.
Had...
I trained in the voodoo arts for many years with the great... You have never heard of her? For shame! I can see you know little of...
I'm beginning to get that in... What kind of people come to see?
Seekers after the truth.
Do you do anything else?
I am a voodoo yen, and that is plenty.
How many voodoo yen?
No one knows exactly. Many but of course the level and the power of the voodoo yens differ greatly, depending on their training and natural gift.
Tell me.
I haven't always lived in New Orleans. I came here from Kansas. Very... What about...
How about showing me how you handle Grimwald?
Really?
That would be...
I won't make you wait. No matter what you see, do not be frightened.
I'll give it my best shot.
No niin, tanssia sen kärmen kanssa. Sillä välin tanssi.
Gabriel grabs the shed snake skin while Magenta is otherwise occupied.
There.
That's certainly one word for it.
Tässä on mitään puhuttavaa vielä.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
All right. Here's an old one. Take a lodestone and some brimstone to a crossroads at midnight. Light the brimstone with a match. And
Give me...
Here's an old hoodoo Dr. Gree-Gree. Place a dime under your client's tongue. And if the client is under a spell of it...
Give me...
To send someone away, take a rotten egg and write that person's name on it 9 times. You can also write on it where you want to send that person.
Sitä vaan kokeilemaan.
Take it and throw it against his door.
Give me...
Here's a nasty one. To kill someone, get a sock or a shoe that belongs to that person.
Does that work?
I don't know. I never tried it.
Give me...
To ensure the safety of your child.
These are...
They're very old.
Give...
All right.
Tulee... tuo sama. No joo. Se on tuo käärme. Voidaan poistua. Käärmeen nahkas.
Do what you will.
Count on it.
Kuun.
Hello.
Bonjour, Monsieur Walker.
Oui, Madame.
Madame Cousin. Comment ça va? How you be feeling today?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Walker, I'm certain someone's buried a slip-knot bag somewhere near my steps. I haven't slept a wink in weeks.
Oh, don't that beat all? Well, you're gonna need some easy night candles then.
Do you think that would help? I do hope you're right. I said 3 rosaries this morning for Our Lady's intervention.
Rosaries are good, sure enough. But you burn those candles too and you're gonna whip any old no-sleep gree-gree, I tell you for sure.
Very well, Mr. Walker. Put them on my account and send them round to my house. Oh, and there's another thing. I didn't catch her at it, but I know Mrs. Lefebvre put stomachache powder in my tea at the last meeting of the Creole Grand Dames. Oh, I feel misery.
You put 9 pinheads up in a little box, add a pinch of graveyard dust, and put it under her front porch step. That'll turn the trick back on Mrs. Lefebvre, and she'll be the one with the bellyache.
If the Blessed Virgin will grant me her protection, I'll be...
Oui, madame.
Oui.
Though it don't hurt to be proactive, no.
Naturellement, monsieur. Merci beaucoup.
Mais non, madame. It is nothing.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Merci beaucoup. Pitäis opeta ranskaa, se olisi kyllä hieno kieli. En tiedä miksi pitää hyötyä sitä olisi tässä. No mutta en tiedä. Käyn yli.
The sign say, Special Saint Jean Eve, Lagnappe, free bottle.
Lagnappe. My French is lousy, but everyone... Mind if I ask what you...
Se vaihtaa... Se voisi kyllä antaa käyttää tommosia ääniä.
What goes on exactly?
Oui, mademoiselle.
That customer of yours, the little customer, the woman I saw in...
I don't talk about my customers to men who come in off the street. I can't tell.
Joku tällä oli joku lausaus, mikä tuli muistaakseni, tai joku lisät tältä sanat. Siinä.
What did you...
Nothing. Those...
What did you mean when you said...
Täällä oli merkitys jossain vaiheessa myöhemminkin mun mielestä.
You did.
You heard wrong, monsieur. I didn't.
You did.
You heard wrong, monsieur. I said...
No, oli siinä. Tutkia sitä käärmeen.
Gabriel magnifies the shape. The snake scales are hued brown. They don't match. Gabriel.
Coffee? Oui. Merci beaucoup.
Phew, it's humid out there. Made it back though.
Oh joy.
Täydellinen keli pitää niinku taas pitkää takkia. No kysyn vieläkin, että miksi.
Got a minute?
What's up?
Could you do...
Sure.
I need you to look up a Madame Cazeneuve.
Madame Cazeneuve? Is she related to the murders the same way your friend, Malia Getty, was?
Grace, Cazeneuve's at least 70.
As if that makes anything... Okay. It's time to...
So it is.
No niin. Sitten päivään 3.
You too. See you tomorrow.
Tässä nähdään varmaan paineesi. Eikö tässä aina samaa unista on ryhdyn miettimään? Vähän vaikuttaa sinne. Näköjään samat unet joka...
I'm so glad you could join us today.
Kuinka mukava olisi tehdä töitä kotoa käsin. Eiku hetkinen, mähän teen tällä hetkellä. Tajusin.
I also checked out Kazanu. There are multiple listings in the white pages. I got the page, but you'll have to figure out the right one.
Great.
Kahvit sitten.
Now, are you gonna tell me what happened yesterday with Malga Getty, or is it just too embarrassing? Don't tell me you actually got to see her.
Are the stars out tonight?
Gabriel, you don't seriously think she's interested? She can have any man in the city. You know, men with bank accounts.
You underestimate the Knight family's tragic poet samurai appeal. When Daddy married Mom, she was the hottest catch in town.
I always suspected there was something fishy in your family tree. But seriously, I think you should be careful.
Grace.
I'm serious. I don't know
Mikä
why,
on,
but I have a bad
mikä on
feeling with a
vetävämpää
pit
kuin
in my
pikkuinen
stomach
saksalainen
about this.
It's called jealousy,
saksalainen veri.
dear. And you're right. You should be jealous of Malia Getty, as should every woman on this planet.
Oh, never mind. I'll just fix these books. Your life is in your own slippery little hands.
The point is to get it into somebody else's hands. And soon.
Times Picayune, dated June 20. Under the cultural events section, there's a notice about a lecture on African religion.
Miten tuolta sen puhelinnumerot
The
tosiaan
lecture
joo?
is at Tulane University. Gabriel's horoscope for the day. An evil eye is upon you. Change course.
Lighten up.
Missä se on?
Somewhere there's a new art.
Joku Kasonooks. Suolon Kasonooksina on. On tuo 1280, olisiko tuo A? Kokeilla. Mikäs se nyt oli?
Somewhere
555180.
Hello?
Hello? I'm
No,
calling
se
from the
oikein kuuletaan.
Dixieland drugstore. We have an order for you.
Castro, be quiet! Who is this?
I'm a friend.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Koira, niin totta kai me sitten. Tuossa on 5551660 6170 6170 6170 170.
Agent Critter's Animal Clinic. This is Melissa.
Se vastasi äkkiä.
Do you have a Madame Kazonu as a client?
Madame Kazanu? Sure, I know her. She's not here right now, though.
Really?
Yes, but I'm not...
I'm worried about Castro.
Castro? Her little doggy? Oh, he's... Well, I guess if you know Castro, it's okay.
Thanks.
Ihan oli helppo. Niin se piti ottaa täältä ne. Pyytää ne on tullut viesteet.
Could you...
Sure.
Do you have message?
Your pal Mosley called. He left a message that they're interrogating a suspect this morning and you might want to be there.
Sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have...
That man from Germany called again, Wolfgang Ritter. Now he's claiming to be a relative of yours. I took down his number. If you change your...
Can I get that...
Sure, I'll give it to you when we're done talk. Here's that phone.
Thanks.
Sitten varmaan pitää soittaa sille. Se on tuossa.
The number written on the note is
Kirjoitellaanpa ylös.
4909 324
49 49
The number written on the note
09 324 33 33. Soitaanpa sille. Halpa soitto Saksaan kuule vuonna 93.
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht?
I'm looking for Wolfgang Ritter.
Ja, einen Moment.
Ui.
Yeah, is this Gabriel on the phone?
This is Gabriel Knight. Why are you calling me, Mr. Ritter?
I have been having premonitions of great danger for you, Gabriel. You must leave New Orleans this very day.
What the hell are you talking about?
It is hard to explain on the phone. I have had senses, feelings about you. It took me a long time to have you tracked down. I had a sense that Heinz had a grandson, but until these dreams started, I did not know if I...
You say you're related to my...
Yes, Heinz was my brother. There is much about the family that you should know, Gabriel. Come to Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, that's Germany. It is our family home. I will tell you everything when you...
Look, I appreciate the family spirit and all, but frankly, I don't know you from Adam, and I'm not going to fly off to Germany, even if...
Gabriel, please. If you won't listen, at least let me send you something. It is a journal from one of your ancestors. Promise me you will read it.
Well,
Please, Gabriel, you are the last of our line. I am too old to carry on. You are our last...
All right.
Good. Now be careful and come to me.
Lähdetäänkö selemmään taas mummilta asioita?
Don't hurry.
Sama moottoripyörävideo.
My precious...
Can't stay away from you, Gran.
Make yourself at...
Can we talk?
Of course.
Do you know anyone named Wolfgang?
As I said, your granddad's surname was originally Ritter. I never learned much about his family, but from things he said, I always thought he had a brother, but I don't know if Wolfgang Ritter...
Do you know anyone
I don't...
Saatiin tieto siitä.
The door.
Well, Gran...
All right, dear.
No, sitten mennään taas tänne. Jos tallentaa täällä sitten uudelleen. Aina pelkää sitä, että jos taas kaatuu tää skammi. Sekin on mahdollista. Niin sanoin, että seuraavana päivänä pystyy saamaan sen korjatun piirroksen.
The artist is...
How's it going?
What? Oh, man, I have been jumpy all day. That pattern of yours really freaked me out for some reason. There's just something you... Yeah, and you're...
Wow.
Uh-huh. Just don't, like...
I didn't mean to...
Oh, forget it. I'm probably just being stupid.
Missä se piirustus on? Tuoko se?
The artist's reconstruction of the voodoo murders pattern looks accurate to Gabriel.
Se on tanssinut jossain vaiheessa tuo.
Could I ask? That's not... well, I know where I got mine.
That's personal.
I'd really...
Sorry, sweetie, but I don't discuss Elvis with anyone. The prices are...
They seem a little...
Well, I sometimes do my intimate friends for nothing. But I am a businesswoman.
I'm sure you are.
Come on, boy.
Sehän lähti sitten. Ei kyllä Kuopion torilla koskaan käy noin. Tähän se piti tehdä.
Not a bad idea. Ooh, baby, I love the way you move.
Madame Lorelei winks knowingly at Gabriel and twitches her head.
Yep, she wants me.
Thanks, boys.
Gabriel examines stuff. There's a...
Näinkö se on?
Gabriel calf. Gabriel
3 noin.
This is... It's the...
Täällä katso.
Gabriel Magnum. The iridescent scale is hued.
Okei. Ei ollut sitten sekään. On. Taas vähän pöllitään tavaraa, mutta...
I can't resist black.
Saatiin.
It's a priest's shirt. It's...
Puuttuu. Liperi puuttuu.
Well, you never know when a priest's collar will...
Tähän sillä halutaan... Mitä sillä liperillä halutaan signaalis... viestiä? Hetkinen, pitäisikö se antaa semmoisen... Ja huiji takaiselle. On saatu nyt se. Jos se muuten tostakin ottaa. Ei.
I think this veil.
Huh, my veil. Well, darling, you're such a sweetie to return.
Well,
And since you have such a clear interest in fortune telling...
I wish something would.
Strong. Yes and no, yet so delicate. And, flexible.
You don't know the half of it.
Oh, good. I see a mysterious woman in your immediate future.
Madame Lorelei winks at Gabriel knowingly.
She is a dangerous one. Dark and beautiful. Ah, I see the road of your life forking.
The blood drains from Madame Lorelei's face in an instant. Sweat beads on her upper lip.
Are you okay?
They're all horses. Oh God! Beware! Beware!
What is it about me lately?
Tuolla. Oliko se palasko se musta sen jälkeen? Ei. Se palannut tuohon. Ainakaan vielä. Mennään yliopistolle.
It looks like the lecture's just...
Voodoo is the tribal religion of Africa, but the name Voodoo is actually a banner heading under which resides an entire body of distinct tribal belief systems. The word voodoo may sound familiar to you. What is known in the States as voodoo is actually an amalgamation of African religious systems, voodoo, and European religions, primarily Catholicism. All of the subcults of African voodoo have certain things in common. The most important is the worship of a pantheon of spirits instead of the single deity that the Christian and Muslim systems have. Some of these spirits are elementals. This spirit worship is what makes voodoo so easily adaptable. With all those spirits, it's no problem. At the height of tribal Africa, warfare was common. The one tribe would conquer another, and the Loa, important in the conqueror's tribal system. In this way, many of the voodoo cults spread and mingled throughout tribal Africa. The basis for the voodoo religion seems to be as old as man himself. It has much in common with many early pagan practices. Animal totem. Africa is believed by many to be the cradle of the human race. We still can't explain some of the real power of these primal religions. And note, I said primal, not primitive. There are African Bokors who baffle our science. Now,
Fascinating guy.
in voodoo, during a voodoo ceremony, celebrants are possessed by the Loa. And this is called being ridden. A person being ridden by a Loa takes on the characteristics of that spirit and becomes, in effect, some of the older original Africa Loa include Papa Nebo or Gede, the Lord of Death. Agwe, the spirit of water. A tribe-specific Loa can have as much or more power as the more widely worshipped Loa. For instance, a particular tribe might revere highly the Loa. Voodoo temples are called houndfors. Their priest? In a voodoo houndfor, there's a ritual circle marked by a center. The ritual circle is prepared with a veve, a pattern of symbols. Each tribe's veve is slightly different, consisting. During ritual conclaves, initiates dance under the supervision of a Bokor and a Mamaloa. The use of totems or animal masks and markings was not uncommon in the... Ritual objects used during the conclaves include the ritual knife or kubas.
That knife gives me the chills.
The ritual...
Kunnon tämmösen niinku täytyy sanoa, että se
and
pelistä
the
on
ritual
valtavaa
coffin or seke
taustan tietoa kyllä.
These items are often called for by the Mama Loa for... The Mama Loa is the most powerful figure in any voodoo sect. The Mama Loa is the supreme woman. She... butterflies.
Firelight. No, what is it? Gabriel? Gabriel, get in. It's too small for me. You must get in, Gabriel. It's not mine. Too small. Hide, Gabriel. Hide.
No, no, let me out. Help.
Young man, the lecture is over.
Oh my God, sorry.
No. Kohteliasti nukahettaan toisen luennolla.
Are you a student?
No. My name is Knight.
Well, you have walked into my private office, Mr. Knight. I hope you have something worthwhile to do here.
Näyttää tätä.
Can you tell me anything about this pattern?
Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Mind if I copy
my guess?
Great. I'll be right back. Here you go. You know, this...
Actually, I was hoping you'd tell me.
Well, some. That's why I wanted a copy. Each of the symbols in the veve represents something. A loa, a plate.
Have you heard of the voodoo?
No, you're kidding. Really? Then the voodoo is authentic.
You think this veve...
Authentic? Mr. Knight, that's like asking if the Mona Lisa... Tell you what. I'll look into these symbols myself and see what I can learn. You are...
Absolutely. But I'm,
All right.
Ruumistakin näyttää.
Is there anything you can tell me about...
This is serious voodoo ritual.
In what way?
Let's see. I can't make out much detail, but the wound, the face... Reminds me of certain black...
Really?
No nyt vähän poistua täältä. Se.
Oh, Duke.
Vanhemman rouvan luokse. Tuolla. Tallentaa taas. Otahan piti muistaakseni laittaa.
All right, but this is private.
Ja hiukset kuntoon.
The things I do for my art.
Gabriel, it would... The night...
Yes? Who is it?
It's Father McLaughlin to see you.
Father McLaughlin, you say? You must be new in the parish. I'm so pleased to meet you, Father. Do come in.
Thank you, my child.
Mikä vale aksentti?
Please be seated, Father.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Do you mind?
Of course.
Do you have any idea what Cabri San
Mais oui.
Of course I know what it means, do you?
I wasn't born yesterday,
Do you know anything about animal masks?
No, Father. I don't know any...
Do you know anything about veves?
No, Father.
Eikä se pitänyt muuten... Ei, nyt minä unohdin. Ei se mitään, palataan tänne. Tuo Capricorns, mitä jouduisi kysymään lisää, niin se piti saada selkeys siitä. Olikohan se nyt se proffa, joka se kertoo? Okei, mä check. Hyvä, että muistaa tämmösiä.
Mr.
Mikä se pitäisi keskustella näiden kanssa, kaikkien kanssa?
Do you have any idea what kept
Cabri-Sancourt? Yes, I do. It's French, and literally translates as goat.
As in a
No, as in a human sacrifice. If the gods demand a goat without horns.
Tell me more about...
It's very rare. Most voodoo practices do not include... For example, one of the chants I had translated for me from a Haitian ritual went like this. Mistress Azuli, if a bull will suffice, behold it. But if a goat... Azuli is the gentlest of Loa, so they call on her for mercy. But I have seen grown and... Clearly, they are afraid that something of the sort will be ordered, or that...
What was that?
I'm not in the...
Do you know...
While I find the colloquial bastardizations of voodoo somewhat interesting from a sheerly intellectual point of view...
Do you know...
As I said in my lecture, which I told you I would research it.
Tell me...
Well, like any religion, the beliefs can tend toward... Christianity, for example, has its doppelganger, Satanism. Anytime you attempt to set up an icon to explain evil, the same is true of voodoo. There are... All right. There is a very secret, very dark cult in Haiti called... They practice a particularly disgusting form of necromancy.
And you give...
In tribal Africa there were, and still are, black bokors.
Is there...
Only that if it's being practiced...
What do you...
I wasn't interested before, but now... Yes, I'd like to figure...
Asus siinä, että saatiin tuohon vastaus. Nyt palataan sen vanhemman rouvan luokse. Huijaamaan häntä. On tää musta yksi pisimpiä näitä päiviä tässä.
The thing...
Noin.
Yes. Who is it?
It's fine.
Bla bla bla, no niin päästään keskustelemaan sitä.
Please be...
Thank you.
Now, what...
Do you...
If...
About...
What?
It means...
Now, Father, you know what they mean by goat without horns, don't you? A human being. That's right.
Do you know anything about human sacrifice here in New Orleans?
Appis etsivä. No, tää on Gabriel Knight. Tässä mehän ollaan poliisilta pöllitty jo tuo merkki ja pöllitty kirkosta tuo papi asu. Ja nyt esiinnytään pappina. Tämmöistä vähän tämmöistä ihan normaalia niinku lainmukaista toimintaa. Gabriel Knight 1, Sierra yksi parhaimpia seikkailupelejä. Oikeesti. Käsikirjoitukselta ja juonelta. Suosittelen kyllä pelaamaan. Tämmönen New Orleansiin sijoittuva vähän... Mitä vois sanoa? Rikos... Jännitys... Seikkailu.
Tell me more about this secret voodoo hound fool.
Levi Summonin loppuu. No ei onnea, Jokeri. Joo, hyvä. Mä haluan pelata Levi Summonin eritä. Tosiaan mä kyllä Persona-peliä kyllä pelaskaan yhtä. Mutta ne Devil Summonerit vaikuttaa paljon hauskemmin. Niissä kai ei ollut niin paljon samaa kuin Personassa on se, että suurin osa pelistä menee ilmeisesti vähän semmoseen niinku kaveritten kanssa ajan viettämiseen, että nostetaan ystävyyssuhteita, semmonen niinku jumakata deittelupeli.
It radiates.
It belonged to my great-grandmother. She told my mother that it was a token to...
You don't say...
To tell you the truth, I always felt nervous about having it in the house.
Oh, I can...
And yet, I could never part with it. Would you bless it for me?
Bless this bracelet of a snake.
Käyttää savea.
Gabriel has a thought about the clay.
Bless, oh bless.
Nyt ja sinänsä semmonen kehitysaineskin tossa ykkösiä mä häiritsemään, että voisi olla enemmän sellainen persoonallisesti, mutta joo, ei oo niin paljon näpertelyä sivutestoja tarvitse tehdä tossa, joo. Mutta sehän on siis siinä, se on vähän niinku demoni-pokemon. Meillä on se muotti, eikö? Joo. Nyt voidaan lähteä pois.
Well, madame, I must be gone.
Demoni Pokemon, joo, se on se pelin nimi. Mikä Devil Summoner? Devil Pokemon. Depo. Vai Pode?
I'm not going back on the street looking like this.
Tänne.
Can I ask you just a few more questions?
What? Pode, se olisi kyllä hyvä nimi.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Se oli kyllä melkein on demoni Pokemon kyllä. Digital Devilissa ei ollut. Se oli enemmän kuin Final Spirit Case.
About Willie.
Maybe. For $100.
$100? You gotta be kidding.
Me and Willie Jr. very close now.
Pitäis pelata jos paremmin. Ja otetaan 100. Nyt varmaan 100 löytyisi siitä meidän omasta liikkeestä.
Really? I forgot you were gone.
Niin tässä äänenä tosiaan Jokerillekin tän päähahmon Gabrielin äänenä on tuo Tim Curry.
Could you do?
Sure.
I have a patent.
How interesting.
It's a reconstruction of the tracings they found around the murder victims. The ones done in
Ugh. You shouldn't carry this kind of thing around.
Well, wear your evil vanishing gloves if you want. But check it out for me, would you?
I'll see what I can find out. Anything else?
Tiedätkö näyttelijä?
I can't.
Okay.
Mä ootan sitä erästä asiakasta. Niin, Tim Curry, siis tämä, joka oli muun muassa
Hey kids.
Bruno.
tässä
Nice.
Rocky Horror Picture Showssa.
Customer.
Of yours, hardly.
How's the flower business?
Well, better than the used book business, I see.
Rare books.
Missä muussa oli?
That explains
Taisi
why
olla,
I so rarely
eikö se ole Red
see
Alertissa jossain, jos puhutaan pelimaailmasta, niin
wonderful painting of yours today?
2 vai 3?
How much would you give me for it, Bruno?
Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting.
Stay out of this, Grace.
Ooh, you're
Yeah, I'll let you have it, all right.
Well, I could give you 100.
Gabriel, $100 for your father's painting?
Grace, let...
Kyllä.
Fine, it's yours.
Gabriel!
Here's the 100.
You better take good care of this, Bruno. This is not just another of your hip art pieces, you know.
Really? Well, I fully intend to make the most of its display, though not for your sake, I'm sure. At least I can't believe I actually got it. Just wait until I show Sid.
Mä en hyvin muista ääninäytöohjaajan nimiä ollenkaan. Sitten taas kaverit tietää, että joku ihmisen uran kaikki hommat sarjat jostain.
Believe you!
Joo.
It's just a painting, Grace. There are things I have to do.
Mä muistan aika paljon tämmösiä niinku yhteyksiä, mutta mulla niinku, ja kasvot muistaa tällaiset, mihin joku henkilö liittyy, mutta multa niinku nimimuisti on mulla hirveen huono. Että ihmisen kanssa, että niinku, näitä mulle milloin ihmisen kuvaa, niin minä voin suoraan sanoa sitten usein, että mihin tää henkilö liittyy, missä tää on ollut, mitä tää touhua, mutta sitten jos nimi tulee monesti eteen, niin kuka?
I have $100.
That's $100, sure enough. The mask, it's yours.
No niin, saatiin maski. Hyvä.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Valtava maski on vaan nyt
Don't
takitasku.
you go forgetting your lagniappe?
The sign said I could get Lady Luck or...
Well, I wasn't thinking a man as young as you would be needing that kind of remedy.
Oh, that's all right. Believe me, I don't need it. I'll just stick with this. Thanks.
Of course, it ain't none of my business if you do need it.
I don't need it.
Of course you don't.
On saatu tuo. Täällä piti löytää muistaakseni joku henkilö. Joo, aha. Hello, hoitsu.
Malia.
Mr. Knight, what are you doing here?
My family's tomb is here.
Mine too.
I noticed. Subtle.
Well, Mr. Knight, if there's nothing else.
Don't go. I need to talk to you.
Mikä se kerralla on seuraavana
I can't stop
pelattavana
thinking
pelinä?
about you. I've been in your thoughts too. I can see it in your eyes.
Mr. Knight, you don't know anything about me. I'm not in a position to get involved.
I've said that a million times myself, but this is different. I think we both know we can't fight it. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this.
I have so many obligations. My family is very traditional. You wouldn't understand.
Hey, I love tradition. I've seen Fiddler on the Roof 100 times.
This isn't a musical, Mr. Knight. We live in different worlds.
Look, I know you've got more money than God. Do you think I care? Do you think that's why I'm saying this?
No, I don't.
Why don't you come see my world? I have a little bookshop, St. George's on Bourbon.
I know.
See, I know.
Oikeastaan päättänyt, pitäisi offline pelata Steamista pelata Legend of Heroes Trace, joka on off menossa. Kuten mä sanoin, niin mulla on siellä Steamissa se mitä 1402 peliä, vaan mitä siellä on, ja varmaan niistä on tullut pelattua 10% läpi. No se pikkusen vähän niinku jonossa, sanotaan näin.
Damn it.
Shin Megami Tensei on vähän... Ja nyt sanoin. Ei oo semmonen, että pelaanpa nyt tänä iltana tämän läpi. Perus Sierran peli on hirveen vaikea liikkua niinku ruudusta toiseen. Meno olikin poliisiasemalle takaisin. Sehän soitti alussa, että siellä on henkilö kuulusteltavana. Ja Jokerille tiedoksi. Tän keltatakkisen poliisin äänenä on Mark Hamill.
Thanks for letting me borrow it.
Yeah? Well, you borrowed again in your history.
Toi Ballbreaker, että keksi sitä viimeisen pelata. Sai Siphon Filter 3, ellei keksi parempaa. Toi Siphon Filter tuli pelattua semmoinen pleikkari ilmestyi aikanaan. Oli kyllä kovia silloin. Nyt toki aika on kyllä jättänyt niistä jälkeen, mutta...
Crash. He's been an informant for us before, mostly helping us bust
ootko sä pelannut niitä... Mistä mä kysyin sulla aikaisemminkin tämä... Square, mitä mekha... Mitä mekha oli tää roolipeli?
Pushing coke? He knows something. Call it detective's instinct.
Detective's instinct.
Got it.
Joo, ykkönen oli ihan loistava. Kyllähän se huomasi, että kun ykkönen menestyi niin paljon, niin tehtiin jatko-osia perän jälkeen.
I don't know nothing. I told you.
Mikä se mekkapeli? Rope oli. Se Nokiari, joo, niin. Joo.
I can't say nothing. You gotta let me go,
niin.
man.
You relax. No one knows you're here. The men who picked you up were plain clothes.
Näistä unohtuu nimet, kuten sanoin.
Plain clothes. Like you could fool them. They know I'm here. They've got ears all over the city. They know everything.
Now who are they, Crash? Are they the ones doing the murder?
Juoni Thieves.
Let me go.
If you're so worried about being detained...
Witness protection? Are you crazy? Don't make me laugh. Jesus, just let me out of here.
Oh, come on. Who's behind these murders?
By now they know I'm here. It's different when I'm supposed to come here. Or if I can send a message. Tell...
Christ, he's freaking you.
Xenosaka, mikähän olisi hyvä peli?
I tell you, times like this I'd kill for true serve and damn the civil rights.
Can I quote you on that?
Huh? Hell no. Damn! We only keep him for 24 hours tomorrow morning. Sorry it wasn't more exciting. For the book, I mean. Maybe...
It certainly is.
En mä halua jutella sulle.
Well,
mennään baariin. Mikähän on hyvä peli sulle, Pleikkari. Kyllä se itse paremmin tietenkin mitä haluat pelata, mutta tulkaa miettimään mitkä olisi Pleikkarilla. Ykkösessä puhutaan, niin mitä hauskoja pelejä sillä oli? Sä oot varmaan pelannut jossain vaiheessa Parasite Eveit läpi. Ups.
This is the...
Eikö? Ykkönen varsin kannattaa yrittää löytää jostain. Se on se ykkönen helkutin hyvä.
Those two are... Gabriel has...
Does this mean...
Yeah. Why put the... Gabriel has no...
Voodoo.
Yes.
Excuse me. What? Nothing like... Yeah. Oh. Hi, how's it going?
It's been worse.
Could I...
Sure.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo?
Kannattaa, jos Parasite Eveit ykkösen löyt jostain, se tosi vähän.
Some people do believe...
What do you know?
It's all over the papers. Some kind of serial killing.
Einhunter, jos olisi kyllä kova.
What do you know?
They say a lot.
Parasite Eveit ykkönen, se on kallis löytää, mutta jos Parasite Eveit kakkonen, sen saa suht halvalla eBaystä esim.
Greatest city in the world.
What can you...
This city...
What can... Do you know...
What about...
Oh...
Man, you ask the weirdest questions.
Do you know anything?
I told...
What's the...
All I know is...
What's... People... Does the phrase...
You know what goes in it?
I don't think it's a drink.
Moromurus.
Oh.
Joo, vanha Gabriel Knight.
Does the...
Never heard.
What's...
Ollaan
Have you ever heard...
Tätä päivä 3 olla ihan loppumetreillä.
Does...
Never.
Have you...
There's...
Can you tell...
Are you kidding?
Well... What can you tell me?
This crowd, the ones you see are mostly regulars. That guy and girl in the... In other words, they're in love.
What can...
See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam And Marcus?
Parhaat katsomaan lopussa ykkönen, enkä kun tulee menee kaikkea tullis mukaan. Meidän saat vielä muualta. Joo. Se ykkönen oli parempi, mä tykkäsin ykköstä enemmän. Oli paljon parempi tunnelma.
It's not that he's a bad player. By the way, Sam,
Jotenkin semmonen koko ajan semmonen paniikki siinä Manhattanilla. Ahistava tunnelma.
Really? Tell me.
I like music as much as the next guy, but like that drummer right outside. They said, I like drums, but it sounds like the same thing over and
Sounds like... So what is...
Well, about 50 years ago, Sam was too shy to talk to this. He went to a voodooine and had her make him a love charm. He buried the pouch, and the next day, now she's his...
Tell me about...
Don't know what...
So...
Tolle antanut nyt.
Got a second...
I don't have a game. That's my problem. Don't you touch those chess pieces while I ain't never needed...
Thought you might be interested.
Let me see that.
This is a power...
Really?
This voodoo oil could make a nun get
lucky.
Really? You think it really works, huh?
I'd stake my reputation as a novelist on it.
Course.
Don't you ever wonder why Marcus wins every time?
Marcus?
Pitiful.
Oh, this looks authentic.
Oh, it...
If I could... Stonewall, give me a pin.
Coming up, Sam.
How much you think I'd put it?
Careful. You don't want to overdo it. Too much luck can be dangerous.
Jokerilla kun vaikea arvoinen peli vaikuttaa silleen monesti, mutta aina voisi ottaa tuossa joku random PS2, kun siellä on paljon kevyitä olemassa. Ihmettelen kyllä, että taas yhdessä Scooby-Doo-peliin, niin se oli oikeasti hyvä ja hauskaa, kun ne jaksat. Okei.
Checkmate!
Son of a bitch.
20 years I've been waiting to say that. Checkmate, checkmate, checkmate.
You are the biggest butthead Sam Singleton.
Joo, siis osittain siellä voisi olla paljon sellaisia pelejä, mitkä niinku oikeasti hauskoja pelata. Se on vaan sitten aina kun miettinyt, että haluaako sitä niinku tuntuu niinku teemaltaan tai joltain niinku juoneltaan niinku hölmöllä, mutta se on kyllä yllättävän hauska. Scooby-Doo.
I did it! Yippee!
Nice.
Nice game. Hell, I was brilliant. Of course, I gotta give some of the credit to that oil. I've been losing to that guy for 20.
Will...
Se annettiin tää muotti muistaakseni.
Could you do...
What is the... Well, I am a jeweler, you know. And I owe you one. You got it, pal. Actually, it'll be a pleasure to get... I'll have the...
Great.
No niin. Se homma on tehty nyt alta pois, sitten muistaakseen palattiin. Ei tarvinnutkaan palata. Nähdäänkö taas sama uni? Ei nähdäkään unta.
Excuse me, I'm going inside.
Oh, excuse me, I'm afraid St. George's is closed for the day.
I'm not a customer. I'm here to see the owner.
Ei taidaakaan nähdä unia tänä yönä.
Your name and number with me, and I'll tell him you stopped by.
Listen, if Gabriel is here, he'll want to see me. Is he here?
Really couldn't say for certain, but in the morning...
Gracie, say goodnight. You came. I didn't think you would.
I didn't think I would either.
Oh. Your eyes. Oh, I could show you around a little. It's not much, but...
Please, don't. I couldn't focus on much of anything right now.
Yeah, I know. God, what is it about you?
Just shut up and kiss me.
Shut up and kiss me. Siellä oltiin yövieraana. Ikkunassa joku.
You're not speaking to me this morning?
Don't be silly. I just have nothing to say.
Did you find out anything about that pattern I gave you?
Yeah, I did find something. I checked the microfiche at the public library. I found an article about a murder in 1810. The newspaper published a part of a pattern found around the body. It looks damn close.
You're incredible. All that work.
Forget it.
Have it your way.
Jaa, tässä siinä lukee.
It's a newspaper. The newspaper clipping describes a ritualistic murder. It includes a rough sketch of a pattern found around the body. The sketch is very similar to the Gabriel is
väärä nappia.
Times-Picayune, dated June 21st, 1993.
I don't believe this. They've closed the case.
What case?
The Voodoo murders case. The paper says that the police have learned that the murders were the result of an underworld cartel war and that the war is over.
That's not...
It's ridiculous. What about the killers? And the voodoo angle they never...
I know you were into it, Gabriel. But if it's over, that's hardly a negative. Anyway, if you're that upset, why don't you talk it over?
You don't get it, Grace.
Gabriel decides to check his... Death walks close to you today. Resist temptation, lest his eye...
Peachy. Have you noticed this guy out?
Yeah. He gives...
Get the hell out of here.
The figure outside does not...
Get the hell out.
No, ei sit. Mennään ulos lyömään kuonna.
I'll be back.
No ei sit. Varmaan saadaan täältä nyt takaisin se. Huomaat, että Jokerit tää peli on vuodelta 93, että tässä voi olla kliseitä. Nykyaikaisia kliseitä.
Sam, my man.
Hey there, it's you. This piece was a real toughie.
Well, it looks good.
No problem, but...
Yeah?
Marcus used to tell me that if I ever beat him at chess, he'd take me around the
Jos olette huomannut, että joka puolella on tommosia rumpaleita.
stuffed in his mattress to cover the federal deficit, and he hates spending a penny of it. I'm gonna enjoy watching him squirm.
Sounds like...
Are you kidding?
No, 200 vuotta tapelle. Hakis. Okei, pelataan tänne.
It's Crash, the guy from Mosley's office.
Tää ei voinut seurata kuitenkaan, vaan piti tonne. Mistä ei näy. Ootko tullut takas? Sillekin puhella.
That's Crash. What the hell is he up to with that drummer?
Jos mennä puhumaan sille. Nyt takaisin se ennustaja. Ennustaja Eukko.
Gabriel, you're back. You know, you really freaked me out running off like that. Yoo-hoo! Anybody home?
Stay away from Margadetti, or you shall pay with your life.
What the hell is going on?
Too spooky for me. Niin se katos.
I need to talk.
No way, man. I'm too sick.
Come on.
You don't know nothing about nothing, man. You're so far out of it, you wouldn't understand anything. Just like that friend of you.
I'm not like Mosley. I know.
Forget it, man.
Missä on se? Tämä.
Do you recognize this?
Where'd you get that?
Why? Do you know something about it?
Know something about it?
Crash opens his shirt.
It's the same. The same snake.
It's their sign. The mark of the snake.
The sign of the snake. Right. Your tattoo, my bracelet. Now, do you believe that I know something?
You know about them, I guess.
Will you...
Oh, okay.
Tämä menee hyvin.
I saw you talk...
You saw me with the drummer?
Ei se on pikku flunssaa vaan, pikku flunssa.
Shit. Promise you won't say nothing to no one. It'll get back to him, everything does. Promise me you won't tell anyone.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I was sending a message, man.
Pitää ottaa vaan vähän aurinkoa, bro.
These rotter drummers.
Pikku se aurinkoa, tuot vähän appelsiinimehua, C-vitamiinia.
Tell me about the Rada drum.
Vähän lepäät siinä, chilli. Tuli ihan hyvä olo. Suihkuun niin. Muuta neuvoa minulla ei ole. Suihkuun nukkumaan aamulla
Do you have any idea what Capricon girl?
Muuta neuvoa minulla ei ole.
I never heard of that.
Do you know anything about... Tell me what you...
Right. There's this is an underground cartel and...
Voodoo cartel.
They control everything that happens on the street. I mean everything. Bought or sold. They have their fingers in the legit world too. Bank is supposed to be this temple. What you said, a Hound 4. That's their headquarters. I heard people say it's
Have you ever been?
No, I've never been in it. But I saw them once. Out at the lake. They became animals, man. Beasts. I remember the eyes. The eyes.
Hey, are you okay?
The eyes. The eyes of the snake.
I think I should go get a doctor. Hey, are you alright?
Someone! I need help!
The eyes of the snake. Dambala.
Oh, what snake? Crash!
Crash spasms twice more, then dies as Gabriel watched.
Oh, God.
Tämän takia kannattaa käydä suihkussa. Mutta kuten tää on rehtimies, niin tämähän tekee aina, että aha. Kuolleen ruumiin paita toki pitää nostaa pois. Eihän tässä mitään.
I guess I better copy this tattoo.
I guess. Ja karkku. Tähän muuten puuttuu.
Hello.
Really?
Tähän muuten puuttuu. Mulla on...
The trade.
Could you do...
Sure.
Could you research Rhododrum?
Rhododrum? Sure. I don't think we have any books on that topic in the shop,
Was it
but
them?
assuming any...
Tell them it's...
Uh-huh. I can see where a rhododrum... Okay.
Viestiä.
Do you have...
Nope.
Meillä on Brace, on käyty siellä, se on kuollut. Ottiinko mä tuo? Luettiin.
I'll be back.
Don't...
Jotakin puuttuu. Jotakin, ettei se päivä, ei ole päivä vielä vaihtunut. Tähän se olisi.
Detective Mosley. Knight, I hate to tell you this. I'd have feel...
How can I convince...
Look, So? With what? I've got 7 bodies and still no leads. The voodoo angle's worthless, and besides...
The voodoo stuff is not worthless. It's the key to the whole thing.
Okay. You want me to
What do you mean?
You need to prove there's a prove that they're a threat.
Cry.
What?
Yeah, well, that turned out to be a brilliant move. Though they probably would have gotten him anyway.
They?
It was the voodoo cult.
You're an amateur, so let me just give you some advice. Crash was a junkie. You gotta read through the...
St. Louis.
Lovely. Well, we'll make sure he's picked up sometime today.
Aren't you going to...
Civilians. Did you actually...
No. Actually, I was with him when he died.
Yeah, well, when they get the body in, they'll do a quick... But it won't happen. I know these guys. Lock them up.
You're professional at... Do you know...
No.
They're these African drums, and they're being used all over the front.
Yeah, right. When them
Do you know...
Black.
Do you...
Oh, come on.
Are you sure?
There's nothing secret about voodoo in New Orleans.
Yeah, but...
You're getting my...
Do you...
Animal.
I don't think so.
Never ran across that...
Do you know...
Is she that... Then I don't...
What can you...
That's coming up, isn't it? We get some occasion. Used to have...
What do you...
The K...
How can...
You prove there's a legit... Prove... Get me a lead.
What's this?
The K.
How can you just... Oh...
Blah, blah, blah.
What about the...
At least they're part of...
Well, that's the...
Look, I'm disappointed about...
No,
Mä näyttämään mitään näistä.
Those two.
I have...
That does...
Ei.
This is a newspaper clipping about a murder committed in 1810. 1810. They killed then, they're killing now. Isn't that proof that they're likely to kill again? That they are a...
Sure. If they're...
Tämä.
I have...
Eli okei, on yksi annettu.
I took this tracing from a...
Yeah?
It's what Crash said.
Well, he was probably hallucinating from the drugs he OD'd. No, even if it were a signal of some sort, that doesn't prove...
Mitä muuta? Tämä.
You know those marks you found around the murder?
What makes you think this is...
Well, I borrowed the partial patterns from your
Really? So this is the whole pattern, huh? But that doesn't prove that this pattern...
Eikö ollut tämä vielä? Tähän se.
I'll let check.
Jaa.
Hello, Doc. Glad you could.
Jos tälle näytellä näitä.
Does this new...
It looks like
Ei tuo.
Do you
How curious.
Oh, just...
I would throw it.
Why's that?
It looks like trouble to me, Mr.
Uhkailetteko te?
Does this...
Where did you get that?
You do.
I have never seen it before.
Kyllä. Tuo kuulosti hyvin uskottavalta.
Does this mean anything?
No.
Could I... Is there...
Not.
Tuoli tähti.
Do you have...
I fear my...
Joo.
Do you know...
Don't be ridiculous.
Do you...
I used...
Do you know... Do you know...
There are some against the wall.
You don't know any...
I do not believe there is...
Do you know...
Gabriel? The dog...
Kaikki puuttuu.
I'll be gone.
What?
Tuolla vastaus.
Can I... Do you know any...
What I know, I wouldn't be talking about it.
Do you...
Black voodoo.
Do you...
No.
Can...
They're curious.
Oh.
Hetkone.
I never said...
Onko semmoinen sinne? Ja sinne yliopistolle. Se lupasi tutkia niitä asioita.
Mr. Knight.
Mind if I...
Not if it...
Do you know...
Yes, Rada drums,
Do you know...
I'm not in the...
Onko mitä uutta?
I'm not...
Tell...
I wouldn't dwell on it. Most voodoo...
Ei oo mitään...
I'm...
New Orleans.
Well, I don't know anything about a secret hound for in New Orleans.
Okei. Jos me näytetään näitä tavaroita sillä.
Can you tell me any...
No.
Can you...
No.
Can you...
No.
Okei. Ei. Ketäs muita mielestä olisi semmosia tavattavia? Ja niin tämä.
Miss Getty.
Kävi yövieressä ja sitten jotain Aika reilu. Aika reilu. Onks täällä sitten?
I had a feeling you'd be back.
Really?
Please, be seated.
Does this mean...
I can be...
Does this...
It's...
Have you ever seen...
No, but if you know where I can buy...
Sorry.
Oh...
Do these symbols mean...
Ah, the voodoo cup.
Really? Great.
Well, some of it is nonsense, I'm afraid.
That's all right. Just tell me what...
It starts with a D and a J, and then... Okay, this part makes sense. It says, conclave tonight, bring... then there's more nonsense. F-W-E... Well, that last bit might mean cash. Fresh...
That's okay.
Fresh cash.
DJ, conclave, K...
I'm happy I...
DJ.
Does this... Really?
Then how did...
Seeker, my...
Uh-huh.
Okei, se käänsi nuo. Se on ihan hyvä.
Does this...
I can be of no help.
Could I...
Of
Riittikö se?
You know...
I don't know anything about...
Tell me...
I saw them used once or twice when I was younger.
Too close.
Just...
Tell me...
I don't know.
Do you...
There are many...
Yes.
Wherever did you hear...
Do you know...
I tell... What about...
Where'd you...
She belonged to a traveling... She's named after a spirit guide I had once.
Grimwald.
I only know what the spirits tell me. Oh.
Auttukohan tuo?
Do what?
Count on it.
It's getting
Joo.
late. Gabriel
Tuo piti tehdä.
decides to go home for the day.
Hyvä. Ja päivä vaihtuu.
Hello?
Hello.
It's me. I can't sleep.
Me neither.
Can I?
Yes. Come.
Ei nukuttu kotona.
Are you okay, Gabe?
Sure. Great. Why?
I'm worried about you.
If I were any better, Grace, I'd be dead. Now, what's up?
We got that book you ordered in this morning.
Really? Great.
You got another package this morning. FedEx from...
I was expecting that.
Well, it kinda came open, but I salvaged the contents. There was a letter from her...
The package just came open.
Someone has to look after you. You're in trouble.
Yeah, you've been reading my horoscope again.
Just read the...
I got...
St. George's books. Oh, Professor Hartridge, I'm glad you called. Did you... You did? Wait, slow down. The aigri? Really? The wheel within a wheel? A goon badagri, huh? Well, that does sound like it. Dumbala, the snake. The 1791 slave revolt in Santo Domingo. Well, why would the Veve show up there? Okay. 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 Look, I'll come over as soon as I can. Okay. Relax, Professor. I'm excited too, but you... Okay.
I wish you'd tell me what's going on. I swear you're gonna step into a hole you may never get out of.
Don't look so worried. No one knows what I'm doing. I'm perfectly safe. And I'm getting some great stuff for the book. Besides, there's something about all this.
What about your...
Nothing. I'll be careful.
Times Picker Hugh.
Vieläkin tuo tyyppi tuottaa tuolla
June
ikkunassa.
22nd, 1900. The shadow upon you is no longer reversible.
Wonderful.
Tämä.
Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as witch hunter. Hired, he reads about Gunter's meeting with a beautiful slave woman, Tetelo.
Oh, bastard.
He reads of their physical union and passion, and of Gunter's investigations into the murders. The second to the last entry described Gunter's plan to set a trap for the coven committing the murders. Gunter has spread a false rumor that the man is returning to Charleston. He himself will... Naturally, Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistance to...
Halsey, son of a bitch, wasn't he?
Gabriel turns... Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads a Gunter... He reads about Gunter...
Oh, bastard.
He reads...
Halsey, son of a...
Grace. Though... The...
Okay.
This...
Vois tallentaa. Pitkäaikaisesti kun tallennettu, niin on hyvä hetki.
I've got some...
Have fun.
Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello? Uh-oh.
You bastard!
Good day.
That thing just tried to kill me.
He did? I am sorry. The museum is closed, but if you will excuse me, Mr.
You don't need to ask twice. I'm out of here.
Not a bad idea.
Vähän epäilyttävää. Tänne piti mennä yliopistolle, kun sehän soitti sitä yliopistolta. Ja tässä on kirje meillä oli tullut muistaakseni. Tuo.
Wolfgang's letter says...
Dear Gabriel, please read the enclosed. God be with you.
Hey, Hot Ridge, what's the good word? Hot Ridge.
Ah!
Oh.
Sekin on kuollut. Onpas kiva.
Something about Hartridge's death mask reminds Gabriel of the way Crash checked that...
These notes look interesting.
Kaikki, jotka on jalkaa kuulemma ympäriltä. Juttu jos se noutos.
Hartridge's notes are...
Karkku.
Before leaving the university.
What happened?
Who?
Well, you're kind of a...
Pale green.
What's that on your...
I'm sure you'll tell.
Looks like a...
I love it when you pick...
Yes. The item.
Aha, näin pinsetellä taas.
Looks like the python.
Gabriel, the era that...
Onko sama?
Gabriel magnified, hued with purples, and he places...
No niin, nyt on. Siis on sama käärme ilmeisesti.
Those two...
Huh?
Gabriel the two...
Peli kovenee.
See you later.
Don't hurry back.
Kukaan tänne tuli jo ne uudet. Näyttää uudelta.
Let me get these new marks down.
Kähän tuo pois. Nyt, joo.
This Gabriel likes the idea of leaving marks on the tomb.
Ei se yksi osaisi puhua. No, tule nyt sinne.
A sign on the front. Post it on...
Do you know anything about these?
Looks like a lot of hen.
Does any of this look familiar?
No.
Nytkin mun on toinen osa, että ne voisi jäädä poliisille. Varmaan. Nyt poliisiaseman luokse on ilmestynyt rumpali. Epäilyttävää.
Detective Knight, I had a feeling.
Take a look at these notes.
Yeah?
They confirm that the pattern from the...
Really? It's incredible.
It's been here.
I'm impressed. Okay.
Käärme. Nämä.
I have these two snake scales. One's from the crime scene.
Is this common?
Not at all. They're both constrictor scales, and the coloring is the same.
A python?
That's right. Hardly an indigenous snake to Louisiana.
Well, I'd call that a lead-off. If we can tie them into this voodoo cult. Okay, I'll reopen the case. I hate to admit it, but you've done some pretty good detective work.
Well, you know what they say.
Well, I'll check around the department, but I have a feeling I'm on my own. In fact, I better
Niin.
Now, yeah.
It's getting late.
Huh. Koska vastuu päivä.
Damn.
No booty call. Taisko tää sama? Nytkö on sama taas? Voisiko se viimeinkin olla jotain uutta? Tää vähän muuttuu, koko ajan muuttuu pikkusen rinkuloita ollut aikaisemmin. Pikkusen muuttuu. Noniin.
What is it? What's wrong?
Gabriel?
I see it, Grace. Hold on. There's no one in the shop, and I know there's no one in back. It's okay.
Okay. Gabriel, that thing is still barely alive. How could someone do this?
With a knife, maybe?
God, don't even start.
No.
But
I said I'll take care of it. Why don't you go get some coffee? I'll have it all cleaned up for you.
They know where you live.
It's gonna be fine. Are you sure you don't want to go?
No. I'd rather keep busy. I'll be fine. At least that creepy guy is gone.
Like... Got a minute?
What's...
Have you ever...
Ooh. No.
Does...
No.
Could...
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you have...
Nope.
Gabriel. Times Picayune, dated the 23rd. Gabriel finds an article about St. Jean's Eve. In the early to mid-1800s, St. Jean's Eve. These days, the day is commemorated commercially. Despite his better judgment, Gabriel, today you will either die or your life will change.
Sure, why not? It is St. John's Eve. They'll be out tonight.
It's Gabriel.
Gabriel!
I see it. It's just an M.
I can see.
Hey.
Gabriel, a note from Mosley and a small brass.
Gabe, I have to go underground with this thing. It runs wide and deep throughout the department, and I'm already being watched. It was... Try to keep out of this. It's too hot for a rookie. Just in case. P.S. I think this note will look great in the book, don't you?
The note is signed.
Are you gonna be okay? I'm trying.
No niin. Alkaa muuttumaan omituksi. Ei mun tänne mennä. Tuosta pääsee onneksi tänne.
You know,
The drummer ignored.
can I?
Käyttää sitä kirjaa.
Gabriel listens If Gabriel's translation, there'll be a conclave tonight in the swamp.
Tää saa hittoon tästä.
Hello? What happened to the guy you...
The lucky dog guy?
Say it.
I get around the French Quarter.
You say
that?
Nice. Why don't...
Do you think? Must be the weather. These thick clouds we've had all week.
I definitely think you should...
Really? I'm glad you think so. I always like...
Oh, absolutely.
Exactly. You're...
Niin. Me saatiin se... poliisiaseman avain.
Hey.
Where?
Grab me 3 or 4. What?
Forget it.
Rats. You stay put.
Gabriel, the doorway.
Not me.
There's a trap.
This tracker might come in handy.
There is no...
Saatiin, joo. Tuo, hyvä. Mentiin tänne.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could...
Professor Hartridge said that...
Okei. Ja varmaan pannaan tämä.
Gabriel slips the signal device into the Seike modulator.
Can I?
Now, if only they take the car.
I hate to rush you, Mr. Knight, but this is... I leave.
Kukaan nyt kirjoittelemaan niitä.
There's no... Gabriel, there's no need to write.
Poistu. Käytti se DJ jotakin etuliitettä. Niin se on tuo tyyppi, mikä oli tuolla museossa, on DJ-lyhenteellä. Niin. Ja Sekeu Madolle on se, mikä se arkku. Joo. Olen tehnyt tämän varmaan 10 kertaa, mutta mä koitan muistella, että mikä tässä on.
It's Gabriel.
Mikä tuo toinenkin on? En muista. Kokeilla. Teittekö tämä yksi? Tuo on muka.
Gabriel likes the eye.
Ei oli pakko käydä siellä. No. Mene nyt. Hei. Tuo sulkeutuu. Tästä on mitään hyötyä, koska me ei osata täällä kulkea.
Those two. Gabriel the tracker does not show.
Oh, great.
Eiku hetkinen, oliko se asiassa?
Gabriel checks the two messages. He finds that he has the translation for those. Gabriel.
DJ keep son Gbr. Do not para.
Those.
DJ Conclave Tonight. Ring. Vetkash. Okei. Tuo piti saada kirjoitettua se. Tuohon kirjoitan mun mielestä.
I think I'll leave him.
Kyllä. DJ. Se oli. Missä on I? Kyllä näistä oli I. Ai. Suur. Ring. Ja se oli Sekeu. Se. Keu. Y. Y. Ev. I. Keep I. Sekö MA. MA. M löy missä. Harm. Yeah, do not harm. Se on tuo. A oli ma. Doule. Do. Ule. Ule, tuo V. Ule. Pad. Ja LE. LE.
Pleased with his message, Gabriel tosses the break down.
Okei, hyvä. Se oli mukava. Me varmaan päästään sinne. Me pantiin se, lähetin siihen ja pantiin viesti, että laita sen mukaan sen. Tämän matkaan arkku. Save.
Gabriel pulls out the tracking.
All right.
Niin hyvä. Toimii.
Gabriel holds. Gabriel can barely. Didn't he just?
Nope, olet ihan lähellä.
Gabriel feel.
Joo, löytyy. Maski.
When in Rome. Here go.
Noni. Ulala.
Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join. Where is your snake tattoo?
Tattoo? Well, I tried this new...
You. You shall pay.
Okei.
I really don't want...
Okei, eli mä piti sit... se pitää varmaan... Se käärmetatuointi pitää valehella. Tai piirtää. Ottaa varmaan tuo... avustajamme.
Lucy,
Ups.
home.
Oh.
Aina sitä pitää vähän kuolla.
Will you do...
What?
Use your paints to copy this snake tattoo.
Now why on earth?
I'm going to apologize.
You don't say.
Y-
And why should I help you out?
Well,
You know that's not it. I just think
it's perfectly understandable.
me?
I know it must be hard having it in your face like this. No chance.
Fine. Can we at least...
Sure, but... Could you say that one more time and pout your lips more?
Ugh.
Joo, nyt saa se käärme. Nyt voidaan mennä sinne.
What did I say?
All right.
You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment.
Now.
Seksuaalinen häirintä on niin lähellä.
Still.
Maybe you'd like to tie me up?
One more remark, and I'm leaving.
Okay, okay.
Done. It's just stunning.
Sorry I couldn't make it last longer.
Well, it was about what I expected from you.
Meillä on käärmetatuointi. Nice. Mukaan tatuointi. Nyt voidaan mennä taas sinne.
I'm out of here.
Don't hurry.
Tallentaa uudelleen.
Gabriel pulls out.
Oh.
DJ kuristi heti. Save early, save often. Jaa, se pitäisi muistaa. Tämä on vieläkin, vaikka tämä ei ole mikään noita perussarjoja, niin tämä on silti Sierran peli.
Didn't he just go?
Jos muista, Sierran peli ei petä koskaan näissä asioissa. No niin, ja nyt ehkä ei kurisita. Tai eihän sitä tiedä. Viikkokuristukset toimii aina illaratoksi.
Here goes.
Welcome, Brad.
Yes, Doctor.
But first, name the great serpent who...
Damballa.
You are correct, Brother Crockett. Who is the...
Ogun.
Ogun Badagri.
You are correct.
Noniin. Bileet alkoi.
Gabriel!
Noniin.
Malia.
I can smell his blood in your veins.
No.
You cannot change your destiny, or ours.
No.
I will fight. I will destroy.
No!
Where is your necklace now, witch hunter? Where are your pretty gems?
Aha. Ja meni hyvin.
Gabriel! Gabriel, wake up!
Ow, my head.
It's about time. I've been trying to wake you.
I had another drink.
Kuka hänet
It wasn't a
pelasti?
dream, believe me. Now come on.
Wait a minute.
Ei sukkia, kengät vaan jalkaa, just näin.
She's the head priestess of the voodoo cartel. They're responsible.
Last night she was the leper.
I know. Those dreams were a warning. Now come.
But last night, Malia changed.
I followed you last night. I had my doubts about the Gettys. Did you know that they arrived in New Orleans in 1800? I knew you were going to try to sneak into a ceremony left. Lucky for you that I did. If you'd been left at the circle last night, I don't know what she would have done to you.
You're wrong. Malia wouldn't hurt me.
What about Tetelo?
Tetelo? They were chanting that last night. That's the name from Gunter's journal.
Gunter.
The woman who took the talisman.
Yes. Gabriel, it's your destiny you're facing. You can't just blunder your way through this. Tetelo will be after you now.
Uncle Wolf?
Yes.
Okay. I'll call him.
Oi, kirjoittu sen numero ylös.
Malia isn't responsible for those things, Christ. It's that spirit, that Loa,
It's Tetelo.
Yeah.
Soitetaanpa taas Saksaan. Neljä 909 324 3333.
Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht?
Ja.
This is Gabriel Knight. Can I speak to Wolfgang, please?
Ja, Herr Knight. Einen Moment, bitte.
Gabriel, it's so good to hear
Nopeita
your
kyllä nää.
voice.
Nopeasti puolivit kyllä vaihtuu. Tällä kännyköitä kuitenkaan.
There's a good reason for that, Uncle Wolfgang. We need to...
Gabriel Phil.
It is even worse than I thought.
You bet it is. What can you...
It sounds as though you have learned much during your investigation in New Orleans. Perhaps you will...
Tell me...
Well, from your description of the ritual last night, I'd say that Gunther's mistress, Tetelo, is now the prime... It seems she still controls them by possessing her female descendants and speaking through them. Do you remember in Gunther's journal he said that Tetelo was possessed by her father's loa during... This sounds similar, but Tetelo has obviously become a much more powerful loa than her father ever was. Probably because...
Let's talk about the tap...
I myself have only seen it in old sketches and paintings. It was in the family for centuries before Tetelo took it. It is believed to be as old as the role of Schattenjäger itself. The talisman has genuine power. I don't know how or why, but it is so. The Schattenjäger swore to use the power for good, never for evil. For defense, since it fell into Tetelo's hands, I'm afraid to think what the power has been used for. Or what it will. With the talisman, Tetelo has all the power and we none. The only possible way to fight her is to regain...
How can...
We've been searching for the talisman for years, ever since we lost it. It's a terrible thing to know that something powerful that was entrusted to us is in the wrong. The talisman is probably buried with Tetelo's remains. That's what gives her loa so much power. The most important thing about the talisman is that... I believe she truly loved Gunther. After all, she was raised to be her father's daughter. Their religion was not a choice she made, but a duty she... The spirit she has become, that is a different matter. It is utterly evil. I am certain that the lower Tetela bears... She once was a beautiful and intelligent woman, and she probably did not deserve Gunther's betrayal. But the Tetelo we fight now... She once was...
Sama asia.
How would... Ha! We have pondered that question a long time, the Ritters. The other is that the remains were returned to us. We've tried to locate Tetelo's African homeland, but Gunther says so little in his... Also, Tetelo's tribe was utterly destroyed in its African form in the late 17th century. As for the other idea, we had no clue as to where We must locate the tribes.
Let's discuss the possible...
All right. Have you learned?
I spoke with the Professor Hartridge. Unfortunately for him, he thinks the tribe's name was Agri, and that they lived near the Fon tribe in what is now called the People's Republic of Benin.
That is incredible, Gabriel. Wait, what's Talo? If you get a chance, you might look into... But don't try to broach their private areas without my assistance, Gabriel. You will make a fine Schattenjäger, but only if... Sure, bye then, Gabriel. And remember, if you need a place of safety, come to Schloss Ritter.
Goodbye, Uncle Wolfgang.
Ai, nyt ollaan sukulaisia. Kunnolla. Siis oltiin ihan sukulaisia jo aikaisemminkin, mutta hyväksytään nyt sukulaisuus.
Times-Picayune, dated June 24th. Gabriel finds a humorous tidbit under the Life is Stranger Than Fiction column. Apparently, there were reports of ghosts in the various people called the newspaper with stories of... Some folks claim it's the ghost of Marie Laveau.
Marie Laveau.
The paper relates... Gabriel's horoscope. Wise is the warrior who knows when to fight and when to get the hell out of Dodge.
God help me, I'm actually starting to listen to this guy.
I'm going out.
Be careful.
Piti mennä tänne. Jälleen kerran. Tallennetaan taas. No kuule. Juoni tiivistyy kyllä koko ajan. Aha.
The plate. Gabriel hears the faint sound of breaking.
Damn. You'd think there'd be a...
Meillä on taskulamppu.
Mosley! Shit, I dropped my flashlight. Huh?
Holy Mosley.
Ouch! My head! What the hell was that?
Ja meni kaveri.
Gabriel, some ID belonging to Mosley and Mosley's Americans Repressed card.
Repressed.
Credit. What a concept.
Ei tossa jos on kyllä nappi varmaan tuossa. Jaa. Saatiin luottokorttiin, totta kai käytetään sitä hyödyksi, jos jotain muistaakseni on lentoliput sinne Saksaan. Kyllähän kaverin luottokorttia pitää aina hyötykäyttää. No, liiku.
For good...
What happened?
Nothing you want to know about. And no, just...
Gabriel, this is nuts. You have to...
No.
Well, listen. Wolfgang called while you were out. He said, and I quote, "Tell Gabriel that I found what I was looking for. It's time for me to do my duty." Now, call me crazy, but I don't think...
Not for Uncle.
What are you gonna...
If I figure it out.
Olikohan se...
Oh.
Ei tämä kirja...
Oh.
Tossa. 585 1130. 1130. 1130.
If I... I'm doing...
No.
You've...
That...
1130. Oli 585 oli kaikissa. 1130.
Hello. See you.
How much for a trip to Rittersburg, Germany?
Rittersburg,
moro,
Germany?
Pami.
Hold on, let
Mitäs
me
tässä
look that up. I can fly you into Munich.
Mä tiedän,
That's the
aletaanko
closest airport to
tässä olemaan niinku
Rittersburg. You can rent a
puolen
car from
väliin.
there, or take the train. Let's see. The best price I can see for
Huomas
the
vaan, että
flight
oli alussa vähän ongelmia sen takia, kun
What would you like to do?
Charge it to my Americans repressed.
jotenkin tää Gabriel Knight Scum VM:ssä käyttää tätä välivideota jotenkin, en tiedä millä, pistääkö se eri overlaylle vai miten se on kierretty, niin jos Opsilla laittaa tämän ikkunasta kaappaa sen pelin, niin se sitten periaatteessa kun saattaa videon pyörimään, niin se ei näytä videota Opsissa. Ja sen lisäksi sitten vielä niin se ei palaa tähän normaalin pelin ruutuun. On pakko ottaa tällainen niin kaappauksella.
Guess what?
Really?
A man's gotta do what a man...
Oh my god. I wouldn't like the sound of that even if you were a man.
Gabrielillä ei mene hyvin. Gabrielillä ei mene hyvin.
Goodbye, Grace.
Good luck. Let me know what...
Lentokenttä.
Gabriel picks up his tickets at
Transitti sen varmaan aika hyvin Kaapon rakas on voodoo-papitar, jonka sisällä on joku sen voodoo-papitaren esiäiti.
Hello. My name is
joka esiäiti yrittää tappaa. Ei se voodoo-papitar.
Herr Knight! Oh, kommen Sie bitte Herren. I mean, come in.
Joo, ei siis mä just sanon, että mä ihmettelen kaikki sen noita DOSBox-pelejä, jos vaikea niinku laittaa Opsissa toimimaan. Musta ne on toiminut aina hyvin, kun laittaa muutaman asetuksen vaan siellä konfliktitiedossa kuntoon. Scum VM:n kanssa on koko ajan ongelmia.
You came all this way.
Oh, great.
Herr Knight, Wolfgang told me all about you and
Oh,
gave me
yeah.
instructions for you.
Yeah.
Please, this is your home. You are a Ritter, no? If there is anything you need, please ask me.
Thank you.
You may call me Gerda, Herr Knight.
Ja, Miss Kade. Kerde. Kerde. Koko kakki kaka koko. Pistu rite.
A magnificent stained glass window depicts the legendary battle between Saint George and the dragon. 3 panels hang from each side of the chapel. Gabriel cannot determine what their purpose might be. Three panels hang from each side.
Oli vesi. Hius. Chalice table. Lasketaan nämä ylös. Onko joku merkitys? Joku aina näissä peleissä. Ei koskaan raketa mitään niinku taloja tai mitään ikkunoita ilman, että niillä olisi joku muu merkitys. Aina niinku, kukaan ei niinku enää arvosta estetiikkaa. Se on aina jotain tämmösiä, että haha, tällä avataan joku ovi jossain. Perusestetiikan arvostus on hävinnyt. Käsi, vesi. Miekka, hius, tuottaa hiuksille. Miekka, hius. Joku vesi, joku... on kraali. Sitten on puukko. Puukko, veri. Sitten on... polvillaan. Sitten on joku... mikä tuo on? No scrolli, sanotaan scrolli vaikka. Okei. Sitten puhutaan miss käteen. Ja. Oh la la.
Tell me something about Schloss Ritter.
Hofen ja.
Many centuries, no one knows how long.
Ja.
It was once the pride of Bavaria, but Wolfgang received offers to open the castle for tourists. He has resisted though, even though the castle is in desperate need of repairs. To him, this ground is sacred.
What can you tell me about those wall panels in the chapel?
The hangings? They describe the Schattenjäger initiation ceremony.
Tell me.
What would...
Oh.
As you...
Tell me about the Schattenjäger in...
Each young man of the Ritter line must go through the ceremony when he dedicates himself.
But what do...
I do not know, Herr Knight. The only people present. But I think it must be similar to a priest's ordination or a wedding. A ceremony of intent and oath.
Yeah.
Is there...
You said...
I really... I can tell you what they say in the village.
If I heard them small. The villagers are they say that the Ritters were chosen by God to fight evil. But something happened. They struggle still, but like a lame dog, you see? Without the power or...
Tell me...
There are legends of how powerful the family once was. But at the end of the 17th century, that... It is a troubled...
Tell me some...
The castle has many rooms and passages, Herr Knight. Most have been closed off and are decaying in the dark and damp.
Didn't Wolfgang mention...
There is a library, but I've never been in it. There are...
Tell me...
Schloss Ritter is the center from which the Schattenjägers have always gone.
Tell me...
Schloss Ritter...
Schattenjäger.
As Wolfgang may have told you, Schattenjäger means shadow hunter. The Ritter family have always been Schattenjägers. It is a kind of priesthood, though not as restricted.
Tell me what...
Each Schattenjäger passes on his knowledge to a...
Tell me...
I am sure Wolfgang...
Okei, eli niillä on semmonen merkitys. Ei tuolla joku tavara.
Is that a shake?
Yeah.
Mind if I take?
No.
Thank.
Sä voit tässä suolan tuo, ottakaa. Miksi sillä on suolaa siinä? Hyvä kysymys. Se on perunaa kuorimassa, niin sillä on purkki suola. Otus näin.
According to Gerda, the first panel shows hands and water.
A shake, mean if you take it. Shake, shake,
the second
shake,
panel
peruna.
shows hair and
Shake your body, night. Shake, shake.
The third panel shows a chalice on. The fourth panel, the fifth, the...
Shake, shake. Se on rupes summan pää. Pitäisikö ottaa uran Beatlet Juice uudelleen? Pitkästä aikaa itseasiassa. Hyvä, että ne ei varmaan... Jossain vaiheessa ne yritti tehdä kakkosta sen Beatlet Juiceen, mutta hyvä, että eivät lähteneet. Luojan kiitos.
Gabriel takes the scissors.
Tehdään itsemurha.
Thinking of the second chapel panel.
Ei.
Gabriel cuts his hair.
I hate this. That's plenty. I'm not...
This scroll looks interesting.
Okei, siinä oli mitä piti tehdä, niin hiukset otettu. Hiukset on leikattu, meillä on scrolli. Lunta.
Thinking of the first chapel panel. Gabriel washes his hands in the snow.
Ärsyttää, kun tää ääni, jotenkin todella huonosti tehty nämä äänet tässä, niin johtaa siihen, että niin kuin ääninäyttely on hyvä, mutta sitten tää heittää välillä noiden niin kuin puheiden taso. Välillä kuuluu hyvin, mitä nuo höpöttää välillä taas sitten.
Near the portal says, nur der reinste
Darf passieren. Jassen harst it rein wie Glas. Dessen Seele rein wie Feuer. Reitet höhe durch Portal. Mitä se on? Dessen ist rein wie Glas. Joku. Jaa. Ymmärsin täysin. Luota uudelleen. Nur der reinste darf passieren. Nur kun joku haluaa mennä läpi Schreite. Ahaa. Ehkäpä se nainen osaa kääntää se. Tällä hetkellä se on Saksassa aina käynyt. Ei enää koskaan Saksa. Vain puhtaan saa mennä läpi ihan joka syynä vuosihuvun lasien, niin ahaa. Kerran sitten vain saksan kielen taiteen.
There are some words over the locked door in Wolfgang.
Ah, yes. Wolfgang had me translated as part of only the purest here may pass. He whose heart is pure as glass, he whose soul is pure as fire, through this portal passes higher.
Great, thanks. What was that door poem again?
Only the purest here may pass. He whose heart is
Ei tossa on.
This dagger.
It is the knife of a Schattenjäger. You may take it, Herr Knight. Everything in this castle is yours now.
Eli omistamme nyt siis linnan vai? Aika hyvä. No.
Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel puts the chamber pot on the altar.
Nyt tehdään itsemurha.
Thinking of the fourth panel, Gabriel holds his arm over the chamber pot and nicks it with the dagger.
Oops, nearly hit an artery.
No.
Gabriel has a sense that he's...
Suolaa. Se on meri.
Gabriel knows the salt is important, but it doesn't seem right to put it on the altar in the shade. Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel pours the contents of the... Thinking of the fifth panel...
Okei, sitten meillä on scrolli.
Thinking of the sixth panel, Gabriel reads the...
St. George, patron of the
Onneksi oli
light,
englanniksi.
who hunts the shadows of the night. Upon my blood I call thee now, to set my feet upon thy road. Thy sword I take up.
For mine own.
It worked. Something's happening. Oh, excuse me. I was just vacuuming. I did not know you were in here.
Oh, that's all right. I've done about all I can do in here anyway. I give up.
You look tired, Herr Knight. Why don't you go to bed?
Sure, why not?
I will clean everything up. You need not worry.
I can't believe I cut my hair for nothing.
Niin ei se puu itsensä piirtäminen tai Saksaan lentäminen tai toisen luottokortin pölliminen. Mitä näitä nyt?
Your soul smells, Gabriel Knight. You seek to be Schattenjäger.
I do.
You must first burn away the past. How much sin do you have to burn?
Semmosia unia.
You have used people all your life. Never committed to anything. Turn back now, and I will forget that you asked for this.
No!
There are only two things that redeem you. First, that you have bitter blood in your veins. Second, that three women have loved you purely. You asked to start on the path, so shall. But you will not be a Schattenjäger until you have earned it.
How?
I cannot show you the path, but I can tell you that you will have to let go of the greater part of yourself, Gabriel Knight.
No problem.
Yes. Now you asked for purification. You shall have it. Oh, no!
Miksi minä en näe tommosia unia? siisti.
What a night.
Tämä varmaan käynee tähän. No niin.
These shelves, a title catches Gabriel's eye. People's Republic of Benin by Gabriel pulls out the book entitled The People's Republic of Benin is an area of rich and diverse cultures and a before slaving devastated many tribes. This area was populated by some of the artists, fiercest. The book, The Primal One by John Woods, provides these Gabriel peruses just by glancing at the spines. Talk about a beat. These give these just the these give these. There are books on Gabriel recognized. Gabriel takes down the primal in contrast with the peaceful nomadic tribes of northern Africa. This part of Africa is called the Red Basin area. In this one area of Africa exists. Why did this region inspire such violent behavior? To understand, one must...
Africa. Semmonen jossain täällä.
These shall Gabriel, these the camp. These Gabriel, the Gabriel. Gabriel, the ferocity of the tribes in the Red Basin region is traceable to their predecessors. In it, we know a little about this mysterious cult, but see, sun worship.
Ai, uutta kirjaa.
Something.
Kirjasta kirjaa.
These shells a title.
Siinä löytyy heti.
Gabriel take one of the earliest religious practices was that of sun worship. The African sun god was violent and terrible, and so became his worshippers. They practiced the homeland of this ancient cult is still considered a sacred site of power. See ancient.
Onpas kiva. Kirjasta kirjaa. Missähän se olisi?
This research material any. There are Gabriel. There gave the.
Ei ole tätä.
The Gabriel recognizes a title.
Se tämä.
Gabriel takes the most fascinating archaeological site in Africa is the great, like the Snake Mounds of North America. The origin and meaning of these great mounds remains a mystery, though clearly they were the results of profound and urgent spiritual belief. Unlike other snake mounds, although archaeologists have explored the mound site, the interior, this is partially due to stringent government regulations.
A double snake ring? Oh my God, it's a wheel within a wheel.
Gabriel decides to hang on to the snake.
Okei, se on kirja saatu.
Guten Morgen, Herr Knight. I'm cooking your Frühstück, a good German breakfast.
Tuo on varmaan se kirja.
I found this book in the library.
Africa?
No, he...
Then I shall make...
Well?
Good, good. My poor Wolfgang. You have my...
I know. We can use...
Kaveriluottokorttia.
I will go make...
Does that mean I get some
Kyllä. Kaveriluottokortilla. Totta kai. New Orleansista Saksa ja sieltä Afrikka. Olisi pitänyt sitä takkia.
Wheel within a wheel.
You want I stay here, right?
Yeah, sure. Maybe...
No problem.
Tallennus. Mitäs noita kerätä? Tää oli ärsyttävä muistaakseni puzzle. Oikeesti ärsyttävä puzzle. Tää ei saanut. Joo, niin jo. 3. Pitiköhän näitä jotain yli 8 vai 10. Ja se siellä. Oikeesti ärsyttävä kohta. Onks tää tikulla?
The rod. Nothing.
Musta vaan save early. Joo. Eihän tässä tallennella mitään. Tallentelu ihan nössöjä homma. Discraft alusta lähtien. Space Quest 2 tai semmonen, niin alusta just ei ilman tallennusta läpi vaan. Kyllä mä pystyn. Ja sit kuolee, niin aloittaa alusta. Hardcore mode. Olis meillä nyt niitä on. YKK, Navy 6 89. Joo.
Gabriel has the creeping.
Nyt niitä on 10. Pyörittiin ympäri tämä. Talletaan tähän. Kerätty nuo. Speedrun SQ2, joo. Mitäs Pamilla? Vähän kuten meikä kun Viko ja 10, että alkoi tämä Liberty Stories, koska siinä on 2 tehdä, sitten alkoi pelin kautta mennä jännittämään, joo. Joo, on kokemusta näistä, että peli kaatuu tai jotakin. YKK Navy 67 käärmettä. Pelin läpi ja kiitoksena oli 2 minuutin lopputesti. Congratulations. You have done very well. Good job. Eli tuli 7, niin tämä on varmaan sitten 8. Missä tästä on 8 käärmettä? Tuossa on YKK Navy 1, 8 pitäisi laittaa tähän. Tuossa on 9. Montako tossa? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. YKK Navy 6, 8, 10. Eli 8. On tuo käärme tässä. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tässä on 8. Fit. Ja tässä tähän pannaan sitten 9. Tossa on 9. YKK, NV, 6, 9. Seuraava menee 10.
A shadow flickers.
Epäilyttä. Missä on 10? YKK, NV, 6, 8, 10. YKK, NV, 6, 8, 10. Kyllä, siinä on 10. Tähän tulee 11. 11. YKK, Navy, eli tämä. Semmoinen 12 ruutua oli tätä yhteensä. Eli tuohon menee 11 ja tähän menee 12. Se alkaa alusta. Siinä on kiinni jo tommonen jo. Eli tähän tulee sitten 1. 1. 2. Omituinen osa tätä koko pelijuonta tämä Afrikassa käynti. Tuntuu vähän päälle liimatulta osit. No ei se päälle liimattu. Taustatarinaa, mutta kuitenkin 3. 4. 5. 6 on tossa jo. Tähän pannaan viimeinen. Varmaan hyvä aika tallentaa. Vähän semmonen tunne. Annakohan tohon nyt se rodi. Ei.
An edge.
Ulkkus oli tämä.
This from somewhere off.
I have a feeling. Mitä? Tästä mä oon zombea. Vähän muuttu pelijuoni ihan täysin. Älä, pure.
Gabriel cannot see it. Gabriel cannot.
I really don't want to be.
Näinpä niin. Tää meni mukavasti.
From somewhere.
I have.
Resident Evil Wii.
I can't believe I'm doing...
Oh,
Noniin. Sieltähän tuli
Gabriel Knight,
setä.
I presume.
Uncle Wolfgang?
In person. Now go to it, boy. I can't hold these creatures for very long, and there are more on the way.
Go to what?
The secret panel, boy. Those creatures are only alive.
I think I found something.
Very good, Gabriel. Now stand back.
Oli aikamoinen hyppy.
Wow. The inner wheel.
Yes. Real within a...
Are you okay?
I'm fine, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Yes. I must congratulate you on the Three Snakes connection. I had missed it.
Who?
Yes. It is a long path, my boy. I myself have still the last of my 3 quests, but let us see what is here.
Look at that table.
Yes. It is very old. There is a story being told through the carvings on...
Can you make...
Tribesman discovers a snake mound hidden in the... He manages, after much time, to find the secret entrance to the... In this room, he bows down to a small idol of... That explains the source of the Getty's tribal power. They found this mound and the idol in it. Where the idol came from originally is hard to say, but it is... The idol was probably once kept in this table.
The table's...
What's...
I saw that. This is undoubtedly a sacrificial...
Gabriel...
What about these?
Good idea.
Perhaps these... There.
There.
Should we try the...
I suppose it wouldn't.
And?
Sorry. I'm...
Let's get the other one. There.
There. Mitäs nyt?
The lid will...
Let's try to lift it.
Se kahdella.
I know it's in there.
Yes, it is in there.
Why won't the damn lid come off?
It is a sacrificial table. It can...
Oh, great.
Gabriel, you must take the talisman and be shut.
Yes, I did. But you're...
Because you were driven to it. I have done nothing with this title for many years. Even in my prime, I had few cases. Oh, if my life had a purpose, it was to...
But I have no idea what...
This is not a science, Gabriel. It is instinct. And you have it in your blood. Trust it. The castle is yours now. It has many...
Well, thanks for the confidence.
I want you to go into the next room and get the heart from that...
Will that work?
Let us try.
No, kokeilla.
Great. My first job as Schattenjäger. Cutting up dead money. Wolfgang! No!
Huudo kyllä Kova jätkä kyllä, että repitetään sydämiä irti, ei siinä mitään.
You're gonna pay for this, you bitch!
Why did he go to Africa, Gertie?
Onko sinusta kyllä hattua? Jätkä repitetään sydämiä irti. Teepä ite perässä.
I'm just
Tuu kertomaan.
anxious. No, they haven't. I just need to talk to Gabriel.
After arranging for the shipment of Wolfgang's body back to Rittersburg, Gabriel returns to New Orleans. He carries with him the Ritter talisman. He has not heard from Grace for over 24 hours, and he could not read. And although he has some idea of what he's coming home to attempt, or does he?
Gray? Oh no.
The note.
Gabriel, I hope you survive long enough to get this. Tetelo knows you have the talisman.
Taulu on ilmestynyt
Your
takaisin.
life is
Eikä
worth
se myyty
nothing,
pois?
my love. I
Eikä se on
fight
tullut
to save you, but she controls things far more
saatiin
than
$100, miten se on
She
takaisin
has
tässä?
taken Grace. Return the talisman. Please believe me.
Ooh, I have the time. Yeah? Good for you. I got a headache.
You don't...
Oh, was that you at the tube?
You mean you weren't dead, you son of a bitch?
Do I look dead? I was searching the tomb. When I heard someone coming, I broke the light and got in the drawer. Sorry I brained you, but I thought you were...
Christ, you about killed me.
I said I was sorry. Besides, I owed you one for stealing my badge. It makes you feel...
Your wallet. Ooh, I guess you're right. We are...
Like I said. Anyway, we shouldn't stand out here. Okay. Now let's...
All right. What should we do about Grace?
Them voodoo people have taken her, the goddamn bastards. We have to find her and save her, and we can't count on the police department for any help.
What should we...
I told you.
Let's make a plan.
We need to find the headquarters of the Getty cartel, rescue Grace, and dig up some concrete...
Sounds easy.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps.
Well, you do seem to have a knack for sniffing out... Meanwhile, I've got...
How will you...
Damn, that's right. Really? Good going. You give it to me and leave a signal device at the entrance to...
All right. So, Phil...
I've been getting smart. They got me running, I'll admit. But the day a bunch of drum-banging, mumbo-jumbo chanting magicians can catch old Lightfoot Mosley is the day I die.
Can't argue with that logic.
Now these guys have it wired, I tell you. From the mayor to a couple of major judges, right down to the beat cops. The Gettys are untouchable from that angle. But once I...
What was... Let me fill you in.
Whoa.
Well, Malia Getty is the head of the cartel. Dr...
I learned that much.
Uh-huh. She's not really responsible, though, because during these ceremonies, she's ridden by the... It's true. Anyway, I have something, a talisman, that I can use again. Also, this whole thing kind of ties in with my nightmares, see? And my family history. My family does this shadow hunting thing. And
Look, don't confuse me, okay? You worry about all that metaphysical stuff and...
Yeah, you know. Here's the tracker.
Great. Don't forget to leave the signal.
You too.
Gabriel.
Gabriel.
Kyllä me lukastaa vielä lehti.
Times Picayune, 20 died and close to 100 were injured. The crime rate for the past 3 days has peaked to unprecedented levels. And there have been 50 departs of... In other words, keep your head down, folks, and pray that August will return us to sanity. Verily, gird thyself with mercy.
There's a school teacher somewhere.
Pikku tallennus.
Gabriel cannot go in.
Mitä tapahtuu seuraavaksi?
There is nothing. That the confessional. Gabe.
Tällä puolella se reikä sitten. Toisella. Joo, tuolla.
Something about...
It's moving. I knew it.
Ride's over.
Gabriel puts the snake rod.
Kyllä, ja sitten tämä.
All right, Mosley. There's your signal.
The elevator stopped.
Express elevator to hell.
The elevator returns to that piece of art on the...
Noitpa meni mysteeriksi.
There is no...
Onko se tämä? Aha. On toimisto.
A portrait of a beautiful, intelligent-looking woman is on the wall. She reminds Gabriel of Malia.
This record book might be the...
It's true. There is... Gabriel can...
Tallennuksen tehdä uuden. Hui. Se kirja, mikä löydettiin, onko se tuo?
The Gedi tribe record... The Gedi tribe record book contains the names and rada drum codes for tribal members. The Gedi...
Okay. Joo, sitten mennään eteenpäin. Hieno. Ei.
That... there is... There is...
I think I'll take this wolf mask for me. This boar mask seems appropriate for Mosley. If a robe for prosperity.
Gabriel can give that...
On 2 maskia ja 2 roupia, kyllä.
The wolf...
Warmast for the big... Lololololololol. Lololololololol. Se on... Sehän meni hyvin. Haha. Verta. Tallennetaanpas tuo.
Okay, I'll...
Summan. Mikäs meidän piti saada? Brother Eagle.
A door
No niin. Semmonen huone.
It's this.
It fits.
If it fits, it sits. Nonni, nyt on raha.
Stacks of bills are bound and pressed into neat piles.
Kyllähän me sitä otetaan vähän matkaa.
I know it's dirty money, but it's for a good cause. Me.
Dalla. Oliko se pitää? Meillä on.
Gabriel.
Saanko se vielä otettu?
Those bags look... I hate to say it. I hate... Ah, well, $1 million or so for the whole...
Mitä? Lintu tehnyt pesä- ja taloyhtiön paristoruskiksi. Mitä tekee hallitus tälle ongelmalle, Bami? No. Onneksi me... Koska save? No varmaan nyt. Eihän me näin... Vaikka me Bami emme ole samassa taloyhtiössä, niin taloyhtiön hallituksessa ja sanon, että... Shh. 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 Hyvä paikka. Antaa linnun pesiä. Entä se on pois? Mitä se lintu on tehnyt sulle? Ruumishuone. Hyvä.
Underneath the surgical lamps is a gurney with a body on it.
No one I know.
Human hearts. So that's what they do
Lintu
with
vie
them.
yhdessä pesäraketin ja lähtee yhtenemään.
Maybe I shouldn't even ask.
Sitä on hyvä selitellä kuule vakuutusyhtiölle. Se oli lintu.
Or maybe that's what Tetelo has for lunch. Ugh, I hope those are rubber. I don't want to...
A stainless steel bucket is on the floor. More corpses are stored in... There's a long counter against the wall. It probably contains things every good...
Maybe... No.
A small... Tool...
These guys... I don't...
Serious.
Semmonen huone.
A door opens and shuts. It's...
Friend request.
I found her.
The
Missä on friend
sound of
request?
Radha drums echo through the Houndvoor. The ritual must be about to begin.
Teamsissa vai? Eikö tässä vitsissä?
Mostly, you made it. Thank God. I thought I saw you ducking in here. Those goddamn drums started as soon as I got off that elevator thing. And I
Vitsi,
heard
kiva olla
voices
kaverit.
from above. I have a feeling the masked voodooies are about to invade.
I found Grace.
I
Oi,
see that.
vitsi, kiva kaverit.
Check her out. Then you and I need to find a way.
Nyt aletaan taas. Talismanilla herätellä. Se on niin maaginen talisman.
This talisman is...
Grace! Wake up! Grace!
What? What's going on? Gabriel! Mosley! Where are we?
We're in the Getty Cartel Hound Four, Grace. The ritual is about to begin.
Is that what those drums are? I heard them in my sleep. I couldn't wake up.
Yeah, makes you want to dance, don't they?
Be serious. What are we gonna do now?
Right, let's make a plan.
You're asking...
Oh, God.
Well, I realize I'm the professional, but...
Okay. Grace, they expect you to be unconscious, so you better fake it. That should put you in a good position when it's time. As for the ritual itself, I'd say Tetelo is our worst problem. I remember from the bayou that she didn't show up until Dr. John. If I can prevent him from doing that...
Well, how...
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Let's just worry about making sure that doesn't.
Okay, so you're gonna prevent this spirit thing from showing up. Fine. I'll take...
And I can handle Malia herself.
Well, keep an eye on her.
Who?
We'll wait.
Fine. But you guys aren't gonna get far look...
Sinä tämä.
Here. Gee, a boar. How thoughtful. And what are you, pray tell?
A wolf.
Totta.
You goddamn wiener.
Onko se viekkarit tosiaan voimassa? Nyt olisi hyvä, nyt tarjoan hyvällä alennuksella, nyt jos koskaan kannattaa tilata. Jos tilat alle vartin sisällä, niin... heijaa.
A wolf. How appropriate.
Someone's coming.
What are you doing here?
Thought this room was empty.
Go to the circle. Now.
Noniin, nyt alkoi taas bileet. Yappadabadu.
Damn it. She's already being ridden by Tetelo.
What? You said...
Yeah, I know.
Great, now what?
I don't know.
Käytellään teitä talismania ja kaikki. Vähän verta sit. Jappadappaduu. Sitä ilmatrans. Hyvät bileet. Mikäs siinä? Pikku bileet poikien kanssa. Kun on ravepylä, ei kuule. Vain parassa teille kuule. Pikkusta pöhnää ja sitten vähän tanssit päälle ja pikku biiti taustalle, niin kyllä lähti.
The talisman seemed to have little effect on protecting Grace from this.
Get it, Dr. Jones! Kill her! We must... Get out! All of you!
Huh?
You have killed! That you shall pay!
Peli.
Give me the talisman because or your friends will die horribly! Right now!
Sure. Tetelo, you want the talisman? Here, catch.
No niin.
Go on. Get Grace out of here. The
The talisman will protect you. Well, what about just go?
You are unarmed now, Witcher. Approach me and leave.
Malia, are you there?
She's too... No! God!
Oh, shit.
Vaan semmoista on New Orleansin alla.
Go ahead. Destroy her. Destroy me. You are truly your father's son, witch hunter.
Oh, Gabriel.
I've got you, Malia.
No. You will betray her, witch hunter.
I won't let you kill her.
Gabriel, you didn't betray me.
I've got you.
It's no good. It has to end with me.
No! Don't let go! Damn it! Don't you let go!
Tässä sillä on kirjoitettu siellä väliin. Oh,
Goodbye, my love.
mon ami.
No!
I think it's over now.
I'm
sorry about Malia.
Lapsen
I know
kello
you
16
cared
olisiko
for her.
erostut kännillä. Ei se ole. Nämä ihmiset muuttuu Suomessa ihan... Ihmiset sekoavat Suomessa aina, varsinkin kovilla helteillä.
So, are you gonna do it?
Ruvetaan
Be shot and
janoon
eaten?
juomaan kovaa viinaa ja kaljaa terassilla, niin oho, seikka.
I don't have to go back.
Grace, give up your PhD?
There are things
Mutta
in
kai
this
se on kallis,
world, Gabriel.
kalliin kaljan
path
pitää
is
olla
more
kyllä.
important than a path of the mind.
Bammi, niin kyllähän siinä pitää olla paremmin tuottopanossuhde.
Well, you're welcome to stay, Gracie. Just as
Tässä on
long
muuten
as you
juttu,
don't
että jos
expect me
tässä,
to know what I'm doing.
miten se teki, että jotenkin epäonnistuu asiassa, niin
This is
tää
a
voi mennä sillä tavalla
historical
loppuun tää
moment,
peli, että tää Gracie ei
300
jää
years
henkiin.
ago, the Ritter talisman was stolen by Tetelo. She used to draw her family to power while your family withered. She helped provoke
En
the
tiedä, onko se
slave
hyvä,
revolt
että ihmiset
of Haiti.
kännää aikaisemmin, sitä en
She's
tiedä.
probably the reason for a lot of the flavor and history of New
Awesome.
Orleans. Good and bad. Now she's gone and your family is restarting. Yeah, it almost makes you wonder, doesn't it? If it wasn't supposed to happen that way. You know, good coming from evil.
You think too much.
But really, I think the most tragic thing was all those generations of young women, like Maya.
Niin on se sitten parempihan on tietenkin, että jos ihmiset käyttää alkoholia, että käytetään sitten niinku jossain ravintolassa, niinku kuitenkin ravintolassa on tietty valvonta, eikä silleen, että on vedetty valtavat pohjat ja 11 jälkeen baaria. Olleen ovella.
You know I said you've changed.
Yeah?
I was wrong.
Are you sorry?
Nah.
Ei se ihan kaikkia pistetä. Gabriel Knight läpi. Mitäs nyt tuntuu? Kiitti, mitäs? Ei mä nyt tätä ihan turhaan päätän tehdä tää peliä. Tuo pois.